Yeah, let's go ahead and see the topic of discussion. If you disagree with me, come on up. And let's talk about it. I would really like to know why I should vote for this guy. Like real talk. I ain't vote for him. And honestly, I'm not even sure if I'm voting for Harris. It's kind of weird because I'm not sure if I'm voting for Harris, but I kind of hope that she wins, just so this guy doesn't win. Just so the entire MAGA thing can die a painful political death that it deserves. But if you have a convincing reasons for why I should vote for him, hey Chris, how's it going? If you have a convincing reason for why I should vote for him, go ahead and let me know. Go ahead and come on up and let me know. Go ahead and like the live and share it. Here we go with the racist claims. Go ahead and like the live and share it, y'all. Go ahead and like the live and share it. If you think that, or if you have any reason why I should vote for this guy, go ahead and join up and let me know. Go ahead and join up and let me know. I'm live on my YouTube and I'm live on my Facebook right now, as a matter of fact. So if anybody from Facebook sees this, drop in and say what's up. Yeah, dumpster fire. Sure thing. No type of debate, no type of discussion. Just nothing, huh? Yeah, these are all facts. He has no policy on healthcare. He said so in debate. He doesn't have one. He did spread false and racist rumors when he said that my people are eating pets in Ohio. His economic policies is only to cut the taxes for the rich. He even said like a few days ago that he will let basically the police do like a whole day of violence, which is going to lead to more abuse of Black people. And we saw him with his social policies when he put in the Supreme Court justices when they overturned Roe v. Wade. And many have signaled that they actually want to turn Obergefell v. Hodges, which would damage the gay community as well. All right, I don't know who was first, if it was Deep Six or Eli, but I'm bringing Deep Six up first. I'm sorry, I don't know who was first. But
how you doing, buddy? I'm just here to say Candace Owens did an interview with Kamala Harris's family, and they all said all the African-American people in her family were just housework, and they weren't actually biologically related to her at all. You should definitely check it out. It's a 7-part series. They did a giant interview with Kamala Harris's family.
Okay, 6. Hold on. So what?
So you're getting scammed.
Scammed by what?
Identity politics.
How?
What do you mean, how?
I didn't think anything about Harris.
We're just sitting there ranting about how one guy was blah, 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 blah about one race, but the other race is fine to do that.
Did you hear what I said? I said that he spread false and racist rumors about my people, which he did.
Well, Kamala Harris is doing it too. You guys are fine with it.
What did Kamala Harris say about what did Kamala Harris say about Haitians?
I don't give a shit what she said about Haitians.
Okay, then so that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
Bro, don't dance around it, bro.
No, I didn't dance around anything. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. That has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. That has nothing to do with that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Deep Six. Listen. Shh. Listen to what I'm saying. My argument is that Trump spread false and racist rumors about Haitians, right? So you bringing up Kamala Harris, has nothing to do with what Trump said. You talking about Harris has nothing to do. You talking about Harris has nothing to do. You talking about Harris has nothing to do with what Trump said about Haitians. What you talking about? What Harris said? I am Haitian, you fucking idiot. Do you see the plaque on my profile? What?
What part of Haiti are you from?
My parents are from Port-au-Prince. My mother is from Port-au-Prince. My father is from Saint Marc. I went back there after the earthquake that happened. I've been there a few years.
Why is it racist now?
It's racist because it's untrue. It's racist because it's untrue.
According to Google, 55 to 95% of your people practice witchcraft. So that's not untrue.
Incorrect. Incorrect. 80%, 80% of Haiti is Roman Catholic. That is not witchcraft.
Oh, yeah. It's almost like you need Catholicism to practice witchcraft.
No, you don't. You don't need Catholicism to practice witchcraft. You don't know shit. You do not. You do no. I'm Haitian, you idiot. Let me do it. You can't tell me about my people. I'm Haitian. You can't tell me about my people. Yes, you can't. No, 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 you can't.
I can't believe it.
All right. Have a good day. Have. Hey, six. Shut up for a second. Hey, six. Be quiet for a second. Hey, six. Be quiet for a second. Hey, six. Be quiet for a second. Be quiet for a second. Be quiet for a second. Shut up for a second. Shut up for a second. Hey, six. Shut up for a second. Shut up for a second. Shut up for a second. Roman Catholicism is not the same. Roman Catholicism is not the same as witchcraft. Roman Catholicism is not the same as witchcraft, and only a minority of Haitians actually promise voodoo. Though only the minority of Haitians actually practice voodoo. Only the minority of Haitians actually practice voodoo. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit. It's not bullshit because the majority of Haitians are Roman Catholic in Haiti. The majority of Haitians in America practice Protestantism. The majority of Haitians in America are Christian Protestants. The majority of Haitians in America are Christian Protestants. The majority of Haitians in America are Christian Protestants. The majority of Haitians in America are Christian Protestants. Hey, are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Are you listening? Okay. Okay, go away, my guy. Go away, my guy. Go away. All right, let's bring up user 96, whatever. I can't even read what your name is. All right, user, you're actually not coming up. You're actually not coming up. Anyway, the majority of Haiti practices Roman Catholicism. The majority of Haitians in America are Protestant Christians. So for him to say that 95% of Haitians practice witchcraft is false and stupid, and voodoo is not witchcraft. Those are not the same thing. So this guy needs to, and he actually admitted that he wasn't listening. So, all right, the user, you're not coming up. Go ahead and come on up. Hey, six. Again, voodoo is not witchcraft. Those are two different things. You need to understand what voodoo and witchcraft are. Those are two different things. Voodoo and witchcraft are two different things. Actually get an education. Yes, it is. All right. This is I'm not gonna bother with this guy anymore. I'm not gonna bother with this guy anymore. The difference between voodoo and witchcraft is that voodoo is an actual African-centered religion. It actually has like religious practices. They actually has priests and everything like that. Witchcraft is just something that witchcraft is something religious, something completely different. Voodoo actually has like structure. The structure to voodoo, there's actually sacred text. There's all of that. Witchcraft is not like that. Witchcraft is completely something different. Okay, and honestly, that had nothing to do with what I was talking about anyway. I don't care about the Testament of Solomon. Who cares? What does it do with anything? What does it have to do with anything, guys? A lot. No, it doesn't have anything to do with anything. Fuck the Bible. I don't care about the Bible. We're talking about this. It's not a religious discussion anyway. What about the Testament of Solomon? Who cares about the Testament of Solomon? I don't care about that. There are several witches that will make the same argument. I don't care. Voodoo is not witchcraft. I need to go ahead and get an education, bro. Voodoo is a completely different religion. All right, Jay Moore, you're wasting my time, man. You're wasting my time. Of course, they can't understand it. All right, Richard, why don't you come on up? I invite you up, Richard. Why don't you come on up? Witchcraft has nothing to do with what we're talking about, but go ahead and come on up. Okay, Goth, I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't. Which race do I hate? Why do y'all be making stuff up? Every time people criticize Trump, y'all always make stuff up. Like, there's nothing about anyone's race here. The only thing I'm saying that Trump is a racist. I ain't saying anything about anyone else's race. Hey, Goth, why don't you come on up? I'm gonna invite you up. How about that? Goth, I'm gonna invite you up, and maybe you can we can talk about it.
Hello.
What's up? So, what race do I hate?
I didn't say you. It's just a generalization of anybody.
Just it's anybody. Okay, cool.
Yeah. Like, how can you say something about somebody's skin color and deflect that you are not racist?
True. That's very true. So you think I should vote for Trump?
No. I don't even vote. I don't even believe in voting because the system's been cracked for years.
Oh, okay. Oh, cool. I actually have no beef against that. People who don't want to vote, I have no beef with them because, like, look at our system. So like, I have no beef with them. So okay, so that is my bad. I did misinterpret what you were saying.
I didn't convey that off very well, you know.
All good, bro. I do apologize, but you have a good one. All right.
All right. But another thing.
Sure.
What today nowadays reminds me of it's Attack on Titan, like how people are sitting there blaming a specific race and others for things that happened in the past that have nothing to do with you and me. Like if we met together and we were sitting here talking like we are, you know, we got no beef with each other.
Yeah, agree.
So why should I dig up somebody in your past that did something so long ago and then apply that like you did it?
I could agree with that.
Yeah. So I think we all just need to come to an understanding and see that we're living in the now and not then. And if anything, we need to correct each other.
Yeah. I mean, the only thing that I would say is that, you know, history doesn't happen in a vacuum. There are things that from the past that do affect us. That doesn't mean that the people who are alive today deserve any hate for what happened in the past. But we do need to recognize that if there are things in the past that caused a certain demographic of people to have advantages that others don't, then we need to understand that and try to correct it instead of being angry that people pointed out. You see what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to be pointing the finger at each other. We need to find solutions because look how far we've come from the times that we were sitting there spilling blood for land. You know, that still kind of goes on nowadays, but you know, we're not exactly. We're not over here disputing over territories and whatnot. Like we can coexist and live side by side and not be at each other's throats.
Yeah, exactly. So like, I could agree with that. I've always told people, even though like I'm 100% agree with reparations for Black people, that doesn't mean that I hate white people or anything like that. You know what I'm saying? There are probably I've always said the Irish should probably get reparations from England because no, they fucked them up too. So it's like we should all talk about these things and see is there a system here that causes one demographic to have you know, disproportionate power or privilege over another demographic? And if that is true, if we can show that to be true, then how do we fix it? You know what I mean? Let's go ahead and talk about this instead of just being mad at each other. You know what I mean? The only people that I'll be mad at is those that say that it never happened at all or it's not here at all, when we can clearly see that it is. You know what I'm saying? Let's go ahead and try to fix that instead of just trying to deny history or say none of this ever happened. That makes sense?
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that because you really can't change that. You know, like that happened. You know, there were people that suffered and they had to experience that just so that way we can sit in the nice cushy seat that we're in right now.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm going to get to other people. I do appreciate you. I do apologize again for misinterpreting what you said.
No, you're good. You're good. I understand. Like I said, I conveyed that wrong. You know, I was just trying to shoot it out there real quick, but I didn't mean to like attack you specifically. It was just in generalization. But yeah, man, it was a great talk. You know, I hope that more people can have conversations like this, like we did. And you know, you have a good one, man.
You as well. Appreciate you. All right, y'all. So if I make a mistake, I always do apologize, y'all. I did misinterpret what he said. All right, y'all. So go ahead and keep liking it alive, keep sharing it, keep liking it alive, keep sharing it. We could talk about reparations another time. I like to know why I should vote for Trump. All right, Jimmy, I'm going to invite you up next. That's if you can come up. I'm not sure if you have enough followers. I'm gonna invite you up next, Jimmy. I don't know. I'm not sure if you can come up, but I'm sending you an invitation anyway. If you don't get an invitation, that means that you don't have enough people to come up. But I did send you one. I agree with you, Tony. I don't think I should. I really don't think I should. But I would like to. But I would like to have a discussion with someone who actually thinks I should come up and vote for him. And what's the reason why? All right, y'all. We got 50 people in here. I do appreciate that. That's a lot of people. I do appreciate all you guys being in here. We got 50 people in here, about 854 likes. Let's get up to 1,000. I've only been on for about maybe 15, 20 minutes. Hey, D-Rock, I appreciate all the musical notes. Appreciate all of them. Appreciate all the musical notes, y'all. Appreciate all the likes. Let's go ahead and get up to, let's hit 5,000. All right, y'all. Let's hit 5,000. That's the next goal. So if you think I should vote for Trump, let me know why. All right, Jabriel, let me know why I should vote for Trump. I'm going to invite you up, Jabriel. I don't know if you have enough followers. If you don't get an invitation, that means, okay, you can't go ahead and come up. TikTok is so weird. They let some people come up and some not come up. All right, Jabriel, how's it going?
My name is Jabril. That's how you pronounce it.
Jabril, my fault.
No, you good, man.
Right, so why should I vote for Trump, bro?
First of all, he is not a racist. Before he even decided to run for president, bro, he used to hang out with nothing but black people, bro. He hung out with all the celebrities. He even passed a law called the First Step Act when I just left out of federal prison. I wasn't supposed to come home to 2025. But thanks to Trump, I came home last year on Halloween because of a policy he passed called the First Step Act. Not only that, he had put a policy in place to fund HBCUs, you know what I'm saying, giving them $250 million a year, saving their colleges. Mm-hmm. So people always saying he racist, and the same people that started the rumor saying he was racist is the same people that used to hang with him. Oprah, Mike Tyson, all of them, they started kicking with Trump. Trump didn't mess with nothing but, you know what I'm saying? And he denounced racism. He always denounced it, but nobody ever played those clips. I don't really understand.
Okay. Did you know that let me ask you a question. Let's say a white person owns an apartment building, and anytime a black person comes in and applies for an apartment, they deny that person. Would you say that person's racist?
I wouldn't say he was racist. I would say the people that work there that he got running it is probably mishandling the business. That's
what if it's that actual person who said to deny those people?
Then I'd be like, yeah, he fucked up.
That's what Trump did.
I heard that a couple of times, but
yeah, and he got sued for it twice.
Was it him though?
Yes, it was his building. It was his policy. Because he said put C on those. Like matter of fact, if you look up the case, he's the one who actually put in the policy in that business to put C, meaning colored, for any black person that applies and to deny them. It was his policy.
I never knew that.
All right, how about another one? Trump used to own casinos. When Trump owned the casinos, anytime that there was a big, a whale is what they call in the financial industry a person with a lot of money. Anytime there was a whale that came in and that whale happened to be white, he would take all the black employees and put them in the back, and he got sued for that twice. Again, would you call that racist?
I wouldn't call it racist because he got black employees. He probably understand the politics more than the black people understood it. He probably was on some stuff like, hey, look, bro, I got this dude coming in here, and he kind of don't like black people, so to keep the money flowing, I'm going ahead and put y'all in the back, just chill back here for a little minute until he leave. Ooh, you never know.
No, that's racist, bro. Well, why'd you like?
Because at the end of the black people, if he racist, then
you can still hire
them in the first place.
You can still hire them and be a racist person, bro. Because remember, he doesn't actually control HR.
Yeah, I understand it, but I look at it from a different point of view. Okay, when I was in prison, you got politics, right? It's called politicking when you have to deal with other races or other gangs, right? So you'll have a speaker of the gang, and sometimes the speaker of the gang has to think for everybody else. Like at one point in time in my dorm, I was in El Reno, That's a federal facility in Oklahoma. And in my dorm, I was like basically I had to think for 30 and under, right? The dudes that was 30 and under, I had to think for them. And sometimes I had to make decisions that probably wasn't right for, like I had one time we had a dude, he had a mental illness. His name was Jock. He was from my city. I'm from Dallas. He was from my city. So we had to basically manage him. And he had got into it with the Norteños, which is a Mexican gang from California. And he just kept getting into it with them. Okay, now some black dudes was on some stuff like, F it, we're gonna ride with him right or wrong. But I had to make the decision to have his ass shipped before he crashed all of us out. You get what I'm saying? But that don't mean that I'm not for my people, or that don't mean that I'm not for people with mental illnesses and stuff like that. Sometimes I had to think about the bigger picture, the you know, you get what I'm saying?
Okay. No, I do understand what you're saying, because I do have, friends who are in the system, and I did grow up around people, who are really like that. So I get it. I mean, sometimes you have to politic that way. But there's a difference here. The difference here is that one person was putting the entire group in danger. So yeah, you had to go ahead and remove them. I could understand that. But what we're dealing with here is that Trump in his business was hiding his black employees from everybody else. That is a discriminatory practice. You cannot do that. That's actually against the law. And he was still doing it, knowing that it was against the law, and he got sued for it twice.
Dang, I never knew that. I never knew that. What year was this?
This was in the 90s.
Oh, yeah, he tripping with. I still mess with dude though. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know. I got a different way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? And then Kamala, she just, if you're not gonna vote for Trump, just don't vote for her, because for one, they didn't push this narrative saying this lady black. And this lady clearly ain't never said she was black. She always said that she was an Indian woman. But she not denying not being black because it's working for her. But she didn't ever come out and admit, I'm a black woman. She always said she was an Indian woman. She was an Indian woman. She was an Indian woman. But as the DA in California, she did a horrible job. All these stories popping up about her. And I ran into dudes when I was incarcerated. I ran into dudes who was from California, and they used to I always tell us about her and the 3-strike rule and da 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 da. And I never knew her until she got to I never knew, like, I never seen her until she got to the big stage. And I'm like, oh, it's the girl that they used to be talking about from California. You know what I'm saying? And she was terrible for if you ask one of them, you know what I'm saying? But from other people's point of views that ain't from California, they might look at her like, oh, she's achieved this, she's achieved that. But the lady who had people on death row who was trying to get free from DNA evidence, and she was like on some stuff like, nah, go ahead, let them die. You get what I'm saying?
Okay, here's a few things I would say. Number one, she has said she's black before. She's on video saying that she is. Number two, her dad's from Jamaica, and her dad is clearly black. Like he looks like me. He's very clearly a black person. You know what I'm saying? And she has said that before. She even put it in her bio when she was the DA of California, where she said she's the first black DA of California. So that is there. But when it comes to her record as a DA, I do understand people's uncomfortability about it, because I do have a huge criticism of her, especially when she went after parents for truancy. She went after those things. I did not agree with that policy. That's not a good policy.
Which could have just been a mistake on her behalf. You know what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying? I understand people make mistakes, so I really can't hold her to that, because she made the decision to the best of her ability at the time. You know what I'm saying? She probably didn't know it was gonna have that type of impact. But continue.
Gotcha. Give me 1 second. Dwayne, I do see you in the box. I'm gonna get you right after I get to Jabriel. Okay. I'm sorry, I said your name wrong. Is it Jabril or Jabriel? Jabril. My bad.
Yeah.
Thank you. So there are like issues that I do have with DAs, especially the whole tough on crime DAs. Now, one thing that I give like kind of leeway to is that I understand that even Democrats back in the 80s and the 90s, even they were tough on crime proponents. Even they voted for the crime bill, because a lot of people like to blame it on Biden, but Biden wasn't the only author of the 94 crime bill. A lot of black Democrats added to the 94 crime bill. You know what I mean? It was a whole bunch of them. So one thing I say is that I get it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like the crime bill had in the tough on crime policies had like they had like effects that they didn't realize would happen. But I do allow people to grow in at least that arena. Now her record as DA, it is mixed, because she did do some positive things, but a lot that she did do some negative things, like the truancy situation. That was hugely negative, and I don't think that impacted Black communities like very, very harshly. And I think that she should have come up with something else for that. But like like I understand that she's a cop, you know what I'm saying? But one thing I always tell Black folks is that Black cops not gonna save us. You know what I mean? Is that they're not gonna save us. You know what I mean? Like we all heard from Ice Cube, you know, Black police showing up for the white cop. We all know that. You know what I'm saying? However, I do think she's better than Trump, a lot more qualified, and has a lot better ideas in order to help us out. And I can only hope with at least this arena, with at least tough on crime, she's evolved since then and is not on the stuff that she was when she was DA. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that make completely good sense.
Yeah, that's why I would. Now, I'm not saying that she has 100% of my vote. I'm leaning towards her more because I would rather her than Trump. But with Trump, like I haven't heard any plan for him. I haven't heard how he's gonna benefit us. He's even said that he's gonna let the cops do a purge, and that's gonna affect Black folks, and we know that. You feel what I'm saying? So it's like these are the reasons why I can't mess with him. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense, but I don't think he's just gonna let police just run wild. Like y'all do whatever y'all want to do. I don't see him doing that. And he talked about, you know, these cops need to be getting prosecuted for breaking the law because a lot of them do break the laws. You know what I'm saying? But
gotcha. Let me just say one last thing. Because you brought up the whole thing with the HBCUs. You know that was Obama's policy, right? He's the one that did that, and Trump just extended it. Yeah, it was Obama's policy. It was his policy, and Trump just extended it, and Biden extended it again. So it's something like this that's just perpetual. Yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Like, so it's not always been a thing, but it was Obama that put it in first, and then Trump extended it, and then Biden extended it again. It's just something that's perpetual.
I can see that because he did something. He passed the crack law that went against the '94 crime bill when I was incarcerated. It was dudes down there. You know what I'm saying? It was dudes down there, man. For 2 ounces, if anybody don't know what ounce is, that ain't number 28 grams.
That's nothing. It's nothing. But here's the thing. I am going to give credit to Trump for that one, passing that bill. The thing is that kind of annoys me is that there's been people in Congress, mostly Democrats, that's been saying that we need to pass something like this forever, and no one ever passed it until Trump came in. Now that's not his fault. You know what I'm saying? That's not his fault that no one passed it until he came in. But the fact that he got it passed, I'm okay with that. That's the one credit that I'll give to Trump. He actually passed it when it never came up in Obama's presidency, but it should have. I don't know why it never did, but it should have, and he should have passed that. You know what I'm saying? So I do give credit there, credit where it's due. But other than that, I don't have a reason to vote for him. That makes sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. It makes sense. I respect your opinion too. And I like that you gave me some good game. I didn't know about a lot of things that you just told me about, but I guess it's just my algorithm on my phone. You know what I'm saying? Because certain, like, I you know how these phones is. It showed me all nothing but positive stuff, but it don't show me none of the negative stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I got you. Like always, you know, do any type of any type of research. But you got anything else for me? I do encourage you to, like, I'm not gonna tell you to vote for Kamala because I know you're uncomfortable with that, because a lot of people that you met in jail are in jail because, you know, she did something, you feel. So I do understand you. I'm not gonna say go out and vote for Kamala now, but do all the research that you can into both of these people. And if you have your right to vote back, which I think all ex-cons should have, every single ex-con should have their right to vote back. I don't know why we do that.
We do.
Okay, you have the right to vote back. Great.
I want to say was it because Trump? It probably been somebody else. I know he passed a lot of laws saying we can get housing and all that type of stuff, like government assistance to get back on our feet, like food stamps, all kinds of stuff. But
yeah, I think that happened state by state. That's something I have to look up. I know in my state,
mine was federal.
Yours was federal. Okay, great.
Yeah, so it was for federal inmates. I don't know about the state inmates, but for federal inmates,
federal, yeah. But from my state, there a lot of felons still can't. You know, I mean, it's because we have our Republican governor suck. I mean, that motherfucker suck. But I do appreciate you, man. But like, definitely look into both candidates. Look into see which one is that you think is better for you. And if you think that, hey, Trump is still better, then, you know, go ahead and vote for him. I'm not going to tell you not to. You feel me?
All right. Appreciate you, family.
I appreciate you, Jabro. Go ahead and have a good day.
All right, you too, fam.
All right, y'all. Keep liking the post. Keep sharing it. They didn't cause the crisis on the southern border. As a matter of fact, crossings have actually decreased under Biden and Harris. Let me go ahead and what was the next guy? Dwayne Beckford. Bring you up right now, as if you're still there. And he is still there. Dwayne, how's it going?
Hey, I'm doing good, man.
All right, man. Any type of political affiliation? Right, left, moderate?
Well, I definitely will be voting for Kamala.
You want
I'm
for
listening
Kamala?
to the guy. Just listen to the guy just now, and I realized that all of these black folks that have gone to prison at some point, they don't like her because she was the prosecutor. You know what I'm saying? But
Mhm.
that was her job. So if you don't want to, you don't want to, you don't want to do time, you don't come in crime. Just simple as that. So you can't be mad at someone because they're a prosecutor and oh, I'm not voting for her. The man that they decided that they think that they want to vote for, which is Trump, like you were saying, that man don't care for nobody but himself. Have you ever seen anybody else running for president selling all the stuff that he's trying to sell? This guy is a salesman, and that's all he's trying to do is make money. He's just trying to enrich himself and him and his family and friends. That's all he cares about. He don't care about them. And what I realized that black folks, we don't stick together. We don't stick together. Everybody talking about she's not black. Oh, I didn't know she was black. Dude, she's been saying she's black. You understand me? She's AKA. She went to black schools. What are they talking about?
Yeah.
You know? And all of a sudden, no, because Trump is saying it, or Trump said it that all of a sudden she turned black. No, everybody's saying that she's not. All these black folks jump on the bandwagon and go like, she's not black. She always says she's Indian. No, that's a lie. You know what I'm saying?
She always said she was black. Yeah, she said
always
she was
said
black
she
a
was
while
black.
ago. Always said so.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
man.
her, I'm from Jamaica. Her father is from Jamaica. The last time I checked, 80% of the people from Jamaica are black.
A black. Yeah,
So,
exactly.
so I don't know. He's from St. Anne's. That's where I live when I go home. That's where I stay now. You know what I'm saying? So
Gotcha.
I don't know what they're talking about, but she's not black. So it's just a bunch of foolishness, bro. And all these people they've been brainwashed.
Yeah.
They've been brainwashed, and this guy lies every day. He goes on stage and he lies, and he lies, and this is what they think that this is the guy can't even read. This is someone you want to represent you? The guy can't even read and write.
Yeah, I didn't want to. I didn't want to bring that up. Like, yo, kid, is he actually reading this right? Like, I don't know if he could. If he could.
That's why he just go on stage and he just rumble a bunch of a bunch of lies.
Yeah, and just to make things clear, y'all, I do understand there are people who can't read for one reason or another. Probably they never taught anything like that. That's not their fault. I do get that. That's not their fault. But someone like Trump, who's a billionaire, who's had the silver spoon in life, he should know how to read, y'all. Like that man should know how to read.
His spoon was platinum, not silver.
Yeah, exactly.
His spoon was platinum, bro. He had the opportunity to go to school, but because guess what? He born with that spoon in his mouth, that gold spoon in his mouth. So it's like, I don't have to do shit. I already got the money. So that's why he didn't take the opportunity to when he had it to learn something. So now he's out there. This guy ain't no businessman. You know what I mean?
He's a terrible businessman. 6 bankruptcies.
He's a terrible businessman.
Like if you bankrupt a casino, like your business acumen is trash. How do you bankrupt a casino? Like that's
there you go. You know what I'm saying? This everything this guy put forth. And what I'm learning that most of the buildings that he talk about has Trump on it. Those are not his buildings. These are people from overseas that wash their money. They just buy these buildings. They buy these buildings and put his name on it. So they wash their money. That's all I heard. So listen. So they're talking about he's rich and who if you're rich, if you're that rich, why are you selling Bibles and watches and shoes and everything that you can find to sell? You seem desperate for some money, like you're scraping for change.
I got you. I do have another guest. But I do appreciate you, man. I'll go ahead and give you a follow. All right.
No problem, man. Thanks, man.
All right. I appreciate you, man. You have a good one.
Yes, man. Thanks for doing the good work.
All right, y'all. Big ups to Jamaica. My wife's from Jamaica, so Big up to them, y'all. We're gonna go ahead and bring someone else up because we do want to go ahead and get some debate going. Osco Dash, you there?
Yeah, how's it going, man?
I'm Osco. Any political affiliation, left, right, center?
I am in a normal world I'd be center, but I'm more or less right.
You're more or less right. Okay, cool. Do you think I should vote for Trump?
Yes, I do.
Why so?
I think Trump I think, well, it's more than just Trump right now. I think the Republican policies in general are better suited for all Americans. And yeah, sorry, were you going to? Yeah,
I'm sorry, I interrupted. I was gonna say such as what, but you're already gonna explain. So
Yeah.
Which ones?
I think from foreign policy to the economic policy to secure border policy, I think it's better suited. And unfortunately, I think the Democrat Party has weaponized a lot of belief systems. And sometimes people would think, oh, I'm going to vote Democrat because they're not the racist party, let's just say. And I find that first apparent, and I don't find it true. And I think for everyone, black, white, brown, yellow, red, blue, green, a vote for Trump is better off. And just a vote for conservative is better off.
Okay. The reason why I don't believe that, and I viewed give me 1 second. All right, Tommy, I do see you in the guest box. I'm gonna bring you up right after I talk to Osco. Okay, so the reason why I don't think conservative policy is better for Americans is because like from what I've seen from conservative economic policy, just more trickle down nonsense that we saw from Reagan, and that honestly doesn't work. The only thing that I've seen from them as well is basically deregulation of businesses and markets. Now, are there some regulations that are redundant and probably shouldn't be there? Yeah, sure, and we should take a look at that. But from what I've seen from them, they just want to deregulate everything. And once we get to that, we get to people like we see in Boeing. You know what's going on over in Boeing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so what's going on over in Boeing has a lot to do with bribery and regulation. You feel what I'm saying? Like once you let go of a lot of this regulation stuff, capitalism demands profit over people. If people are going to be in danger, but you make more money, guess who's going to get sacrificed? Not the money. You see what I'm saying? So that's why these things need regulation. And all I've seen from conservatives is to cut taxes for the upper class and deregulate things. How does that help people like myself?
Well, one at a time. So the taxes, I think Republicans in general are lower taxes across the board. If we pulled up the taxes prior to Trump's tax cuts and we pulled up the tax brackets after Trump's tax cuts, you'll see at any salary, at any income bracket, you are better off. Sure, you'll see that wealthy people had lower taxes, but you'll also see that, let's just say someone who's making, I don't know, 50,000, someone making 100,000, those are also lower. And those are lower across the board, which means more money in your pocket, more money to do what you want to live. And also, one of the benefits of lower taxes that doesn't really get talked about, and I think that's what you were saying with trickle down, when you have lower taxes and you have more money, there's more growth in the economy, which actually somewhat leads to a higher tax revenue anyway. So you'll see Barack Obama actually said, I can't remember quote for quote what he said, but he said, someone asked him, would you be fine with raising the tax bracket even if the tax revenue that comes into our country is less? And he said yes, as a matter of fairness. And that's just destructive to the economy because of, and the reason behind that, and then I'll let you talk again, sorry, is that if you raise taxes a lot, the economy grows less, which means less income, which means lower tax revenue. So that's why I believe capitalism is the best. Obviously, there needs to be some regulation for sure, but a free economy is a good economy, and that's the success of America, really.
Okay. The thing is that when we take a look at, by the way, I do see everybody in the guest box. I do see y'all. Just give me a second. Let me talk to Osco first, and I'll bring you up. If you wanted to address Osco, go ahead and let me know in the comments, and maybe I'll bring you up. So when it comes to like the entire thing with taxes, if you look at our taxes are actually higher because even if he were to lower some taxes like income, other taxes like that we get credit for, like the child tax credit, those were lowered. You know what I'm saying? So which makes our effective tax rate higher, but not higher for the people in the upper class. When it comes to, raising taxes, we actually do get more tax revenue from raising taxes because like that's more taxes coming in. Now, we saw this back before Reagan was president, and he slashed taxes. We were still getting the same tax revenue, perhaps even more. What I've seen from what we've seen from the Reaganomics tax code is that these upper class or these the corporations, they don't actually reinvest any of this money. They just keep it basically. They just keep all the money that they're not paying in taxes, invest overseas, and shut down businesses and send them overseas anyway. It's not because we raise taxes that they're going to it's not because we cut their tax that they keep jobs here in America. They ship them over anyway. You see yeah, you see what I mean? So it's like cutting taxes for them really doesn't do anything. It just gives them more money in their pocket.
Yeah, I mean, I would respectfully disagree. Just because if you look, I mean, there's industries on this where rich people, and not just rich people, but people who have liquid money who could give money, will give it to groups. So there is reinvestment, right? That's like the whole venture capital area. That's the whole private equity, more venture capital, but that's even angel investors. There's a lot of people who don't just hold money and put it under their bed. They reinvest, and yeah, sure, they want to profit from it, but it's also the story of growth in America. Without that money that fuels investment, there's less companies, there's less jobs. I mean, that's the story. I mean, like, even I know people hate Amazon now, but Amazon sort of got started. Obviously, Jeff Bezos, brilliant guy, but they got started because a lot of money was given into them. A lot of rich people donated to them. And now Amazon gets us our goods in 2 days. It's also the cheapest products. Like you go to Dwayne Reed down the store. I'm in New York City. You go to New York City, they're double the price of Amazon. And that all benefits us. And that's fueled by investment. If rich people didn't have money to have invested in Amazon, we wouldn't have Amazon now, which is fueling 100,000 jobs, giving us cheap products, giving us innovation. Without that, we don't have innovation. If we don't have funding, we don't have innovation. And that innovation is not coming from the government.
Here's the thing though, man. Jennifer, I do see you in the I think a lot of people want to actually talk with you, Osco. Just guys, give me a second, all right? If you want to actually like have a discussion with Osco, give me a moment. I'm going to talk to him one last time, and then I'm gonna bring up people one by one. I think Tommy was first. All right, just give me a second.
I'm
Osco.
fine with talking to everyone as long as we could still have the civil discussion. I really appreciate talking to you, host.
Yeah, sure, not a problem. Not a problem. Okay, so here's what I'll say. Like, an economy just can't run off rich people investing. You see what I'm saying? Like, you need people to actually spend. But like the thing that I would say is that even when it comes to things like Amazon was started by seed money from his parents. You see what I'm saying? So it wasn't just people investing. I don't think anyone is saying to just take away all the money from rich people, but like rich people should be paying their amount of income taxes as well, because we have people who do hide their money in tax shelters. We do have people who when you slash their taxes, they don't actually reinvest into anything. Venture capitalists already have that money. It's not because they got a tax cut that they're going to reinvest that money. They're just going to reinvest in things that they feel are profitable. You see what I'm saying? And if it's not profitable, they're not going to invest in it. But the second thing I would say was, when it comes to innovation, a lot of the things that we use today came from government investment and that invested into these innovations. For example, what we're doing now, talking on the internet. The entire internet was started from that way. Microchips, GPS. The way that we talk right now is through the internet, GPS, and microchips. All that was invested and innovated by government investment and government workers. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, when it comes to things like capitalism can work, in my opinion, only when it's heavily regulated, which is why I'm more of a social democrat. I'm not a complete communist, because I don't think that's going to work for our society yet. But I do believe that we need to get to a point where we go from the private actors running the entire economy towards the workers running the economy, because right now it's not like that. That makes sense to you?
I think part of it makes sense. I think if you even look at the VC world, 1 out of 20 innovations, 1 out of 20 companies tend to be successful. Like, I think the business model, I have a friend who works in VC. It's like 3 of 20 investments they really plan on panning out. They hope one's like obviously a lottery ticket. but there's a lot of failures in that too, and that's also the story of America, right? A lot of failed startups, a lot of companies that go under, and yeah, sometimes it's sort of that survival of the fittest, but then you have great things that come out of it.
I got you.
Yeah, okay, yeah, sorry.
My bad. I didn't mean to cut you off. Tommy, I think you wanted to come up and speak to Osco a little bit. I did mute you because your background was kind of loud, but I'll unmute you now. Or I'll send you a request to unmute. So go ahead, Tommy. What you want to say? Oh dang, is he still there? Can you still hear me?
You have to unmute Tommy.
Yeah, Tommy, I sent you an invitation to unmute. Are you still there?
Yo, that's hilarious, man. I'm sorry. As soon as I got on, my fire alarm went off.
Not a problem. But yeah, what did you want to say?
Okay, sorry about that.
Not a problem. Go ahead, Tommy.
Okay, so what I was saying, like, can this guy name one policy besides? We have an economic policy.
Oh, Tommy, can you repeat that one more time because you blinked out for a second?
Okay, am I? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, so like this guy's just saying, "Oh, we have an economic policy." Man, I think I'm off. Fuck, he running.
Crap. Well, he had to go ahead and drop. I'm gonna bring up Jennifer because there were a few people who I could see that were kind of disagreeing with you in the comments. I'm gonna bring them up just to speak to you for a few moments, and then we'll go ahead and move on. Jennifer, you there?
Hey, how are you guys doing?
I'm all right. Did you want to address me or Osco?
If I can talk to Osco, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, sure. We got 10 minutes. I'm gonna let you guys go ahead and go at it.
Okay. And Osco, I appreciate the civil debate. I actually really enjoy coming on these lives where people do like listen and want to clear up misinformation because that's how everybody is going to progress, you know? But I wanted to mention just a couple things as a tax accountant. I think when Kamala is talking about like a rich tax, right, where they pay a minimum tax, I do hear a lot of people say, oh, well, when they get a tax cut under Trump, then that'll trickle down to the consumers. But here's the thing with the rich, in order for them to avoid taxes, they use unrealized capital gains, meaning they do a 1231 exchange where they just exchange investment property for another investment property. That's how they avoid the tax. But in order to do that, they can't take any money out of that investment. So they can't invest that money into anywhere else because then it would be considered a realized gain and they would pay taxes. So that's why the majority of the rich are paying nothing because they're doing 1231 exchanges and just basically trading one investment property for another so that they don't have to pay any tax. So I just wanted to kind of clear that up because I don't think a lot of people understand that.
And quick question with that quickly, because just so I'm aware of exactly what you're saying. 1231 is strictly real estate, right?
No, any investment. So it can be a business, if they sell a business for another, if they have an Airbnb and they buy another type of business, real estate ventures, basically any kind of investment income that they have, they can sell that asset and buy another investment property or another investment business and not realize any of those gains so they don't pay any tax. And they just continue doing those 1231 exchanges so that they don't ever realize gain, so they don't ever have to pay tax, right? But in order to do that, they can't take any money out because if they take money out for themselves, then it's not considered a 1231 exchange. So if they're not taking money out, they're not putting that money anywhere else because it can't ever touch their hands, right?
Yeah, that was complicated for me to follow as well, but I think I got most of it. I
That's
do
why I was
appreciate you explaining that, Jennifer. I appreciate you. Oscar, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, and that's why I was looking at it because I thought 1231 is strictly for real estate, which does affect everyone, right? And everyone has that benefit where if they sell a house, like if you own a house right now and it's worth, you bought it for 200,000, it's now 800,000. if you sold that, you technically have to pay $600,000 in taxes, right? As sort of capital gains tax. However, with all of real estate, including anyone, right, low income, mid income, they're able to put that into another real estate. With what you're saying, I think like with like, for example, stocks, that does not exist in stocks. This unrealized gain transferring. It doesn't happen in stock. This is strictly for real estate. And you may have a critique with the 1231. I think this benefits everyone. Obviously, it benefits real estate moguls who really have perfected this. If you're interested in getting rid of 1231, that's maybe a discussion, but that's on the real estate side, which I get it has pros and cons, but it helps people upgrade their houses and upgrade in real estate. But obviously, yeah, real estate moguls have taken advantage of it, let's just say.
Okay, but let's just clear up that the everyday person who just owns a home can't take advantage of a 1231 because your personal residence is excluded. We're talking only investment property, only real estate that you're renting out to somebody, only businesses that you're making income on. If I own my own home, I can't just say I'm going to sell it for another home and do a 1231. That's not how that works. So people who just own a home that they live in, they don't get the benefit of the 1231. There is an exclusion from the capital gain if they do, like, if the house sells for more, that anybody can take advantage of. But that's just because you own a home and you live there, you can't turn around and do a 1231 on your own personal residence. So I think,
or maybe it's again real estate law, a little outside of my purview, but are you making the claim that someone, let's just go back to that claim that I said, someone bought a house in 1990 for $200,000, it's now $1 million, okay? There was 30 years of unrealized gains, obviously, as the house appreciated, where there's no taxes in capital gains paid. Obviously, there's property taxes, but that's outside of this discussion. So of that 800,000 increase from 1990 to now 2024, and they sold the house and they were thinking of moving, instead of, let's just say, from New York down to Florida, it's a very common trek for some people. Are you saying that they would be paying 800 taxes on that 800,000 via capital gains?
No. So if they're single, they wouldn't have to pay tax on the first $250,000 gain, but they would have to pay tax on the remaining $550,000 gain, regardless of if they want to buy another house or they just are going to rent or they're just going to sell around the world. It doesn't matter. And there's no 1231 exchange though, and they can only use that $250,000 exclusion like once every 5 years, as opposed to businesses who can literally sell their businesses every single year for a higher markup and not pay any tax. So that same businessman who bought a business in 1993 for $100,000 could now own assets of $3 billion and could never have paid a penny in tax if they did a 1231 every year in their businesses.
So what Kamala is trying to do is to simply like stop them, not really stop them, but tax them on that gain because for them not to take advantage of that system anymore. Is that right?
Exactly. To say, hey, you have to pay a minimum tax just like the everyday consumer, because the everyday consumer is paying sales tax, real estate taxes, property taxes, income taxes, state income taxes. So Kamala is saying, hey, let's make the rich pay their fair share, just like the everyday consumer, so that we have more money going into the economy instead of them just pushing their gain until they retire, right? So I just wanted to kind of clear that up as a tax account. And another thing, as far as like on the consumer level, I know a lot of people were talking about, like, when Trump got in, he did the tax reform, a lot of people saw a lot of money. Trump's tax policy really you didn't feel the brunt of it until after COVID, because during COVID, they were putting out stimulus, right? So a lot of people equate their tax refunds to the money they got from the stimulus package for a couple of years, which was a significant amount with the economic impact payments, the increased child care, the increased child tax credit. That was all things that had to do with stimulus, not Trump. Now, his actual tax plan, we really started feeling the brunt of when Biden got into office, but that was still under Trump. So, and I will say too, Trump made the claim, oh, everybody will see more money, right? So whenever Trump got into office, everybody started getting bigger paychecks. But what he did was reduce the tax withholding from people's paychecks. So they did get bigger paychecks, but then at tax time, we saw an influx and people not filing, because then when it came down to pay their taxes, they owed. More people than ever owed, because he said you're going to get bigger paychecks, and people did, because the IRS stopped withholding as much. But then at tax time, they all owed. So you saw an influx of people who just stopped filing because for the first time in ever, they owed the IRS and they couldn't pay them, right? So it's both on a tax level, and we don't just have to talk about taxes, because I wanted to go back to one other point that you made. But like I said, I just wanted to kind of clear that up so that people understand what she is proposing, to say, hey, let's make them kind of pay tax as they go, instead of pushing that tax liability down 30, 40, 50 years and then finding a way to get out of taxes at that point. And if I was rich, I'm not even gonna lie, I would do that too. I would take advantage of every single tax benefit I had, as I do now. But a lot of those tax benefits aren't available to me as the everyday consumer, where if I was a big corporation, it would be available to me. And so I believe in everybody paying their fair share. Like,
And quick, again, I'll do more research on the 1231 because, again, no expert on some of these tax laws. Wish I was. Maybe I'd be a billionaire then. But when did the 1231 come into effect?
Honestly, I couldn't tell you. I don't want to give any.
Got it. No worries. And I'm assuming before Biden and before Obama.
Likely before them, yeah, because this has been going on for years. But also, I do wanted to ask you a question, because someone did ask in the comments. Besides the Trump's tax policy, you did bring up. I think you brought up foreign policy. Is that what you brought up? You said also his foreign policy would be better for Americans. But what about his foreign policy do you think will be? Because I haven't seen much of his foreign policy that would be better for us. Which one do you think would be?
Yeah, I mean, I think, again, we see what happened over the 4 years with Trump, right? And I think, like, J.D. Vance, and I know people don't like him, but he summarized it well, where he said the foreign policy should be strengthened through deterrence. And that's sort of what happened under Donald Trump, right? We didn't see these excursions, these entries into new wars, these invasions of land, this violence, and I don't know what the correct word for TikToks, I won't say it, but this violence around the globe. And on the other hand, we saw peace deals arise that nobody ever thought was possible, right? Like there was the Bahrain, UAE, Israel deal. There was other deals, and obviously then there was tough stuff like some of the tariffs on these aggressive countries. But all that to say is there's got to be a level of toughness that America has to show. I mean, it is unfortunate, but America can't just be in isolation. That's what I think people on Democrat and Republican side do say, but I don't think Trump fully says that. He says you got to be there, but you don't want boots on the ground because you don't want to send our sons and daughters into harm's way. Mm-hmm. But all that to say is, we see under Biden, we see this Russia-Ukraine going on. We see this Iran-Israel conflict going on, and this stuff was silent. We had virtual peace in a way. Obviously, there's always chaos in the world, but virtual peace during his 4 years. Well, now it's crazy, and Americans get affected. I mean, there was a few Americans unalived in Israel, and so forth. So, and in Ukraine as well. So, all that to say is, there's strength through leadership, and I don't think we've seen it under Biden. And in my mind, and people may disagree, and that's fine, I don't see Kamala Harris changing that much from what Biden's done.
Okay, I mean, okay, let me just say one last thing. Jennifer, did you was that it for you? Did you want to stay up? Because I do have someone else that wants to come up.
I'll let I know Meeks wants up and a few other people, so I appreciate the time. And Oscar, I'm going to continue listening. I appreciate it.
I appreciate you, Jennifer. You taught me a lot about taxes that I didn't even know about. I do appreciate you. I'll drop you a follow. Okay, appreciate you. All right, Meeks, I know you wanted to come up. but I didn't want to jump Oscar. Okay, so I'm gonna bring you up, but let's try to not to jump him because I'm pretty sure he has other things to do. But Oscar, when it comes to everything that we're seeing around the world, I think you're forgetting a few things. First of all, Trump did provide weapons and money to the Saudis, and I'm not sure if you know what the Saudis are doing in Afghanistan. Not Afghanistan, in Yemen right now. The Saudis are basically committing a genocide in Yemen, similar to what we're seeing with Israel and the Gaza Strip. Now, I know that's a contentious subject, so I don't want to bring that up and have us argue that for an hour. But as far as everything that we're seeing around the world, Russia actually invaded Ukraine back in I think 2016 or 2018, because of those areas, the Donbass area. And they annexed Ukraine, I think even before that. So craziness was already happening around the world when Trump was in office. There was a lot happening in France. I think the French protests happened under Trump. Like there was a lot. I mean, I think Syria, Meeks mentioned Syria as well. There was a lot happening under him. I think it's just under Trump, there's a lot of, like a lot of noise happens that makes us ignore the rest of the world. But Meeks, I do know you have a little bit more, but again, we'll give this more like about 10 more minutes because Oscar probably has something else to do. But go ahead, Meeks, go ahead. What you was gonna say?
That's fair. Thank you so much for letting me come aboard. I know I was in the comments freaking out of what was being said, and I disagree with you 100%. I'm going to keep this just as calm, cool, collective as this life has obviously already has been. But I'm going to call you out and call you out on BS for what you said.
What, me or?
No. Your guest.
Oscar. Yeah. I'm sorry. Is it Oscar or Oscar? Can you correct me?
Oscar.
Oh, I'm sorry. One more time.
You can say it every way. Oscar or Oscar.
Oscar or Oscar. Okay. But yeah, Meeks, you said that Oscar said something that was incorrect, or in your words, BS. What was it?
Absolutely. When you speak about the no wars, because I hear this all the time. Do you not know what happened with Syria? And do you not know what happened with Afghanistan and the Taliban between Trump and what deal he made for 2021, May 21st of 2021, by the way, because he thought he was going to win the election. Do you know what that consisted of?
I forgot all about that.
Oh, you forgot. Yeah. Oh, how convenient. You forgot.
Oh no, that was me. That was me that said that, not Oscar. That was me that said that. I forgot all about that.
My bad. Okay, my bad.
All good. Oscar, go ahead.
Do you know what?
I almost want to say I forgot just to get that reaction again, Meeks.
I'm
yeah, I mean,
sorry, and I'm not coming at you on no ill will, but please let's not do no disinformation on here. Because we know a lot of people get their information news-wise on here. We know that, especially the new generation. I'm a millennial, older millennial, by the way, okay? So when you say these things, I just kind of wanted to know exactly what were your thought process.
Well, first one, if anyone's really coming to me or you, no offense, looking for complete news and reliability, I would say do a little more research.
But we already know that's not a thing, so let's not talk about that. Let's talk about actually providing actual accurate information.
So if we want to talk about Afghanistan, right? Or Afghanistan or Syria, which one? You want to do Afghanistan?
You want to go well, here, hold on. Let me. I heard you speak a lot, so let me go ahead and speak for. Let me just go in my thoughts.
Can I interrupt you for just 1 second, Meeks? I'm sorry, 1 second. Okay, Surush, I do see you in the box. I'm gonna bring you up right after Meeks and Osco finish. Give them about 10 to 15 minutes. Okay. Go ahead, Meeks.
When you bring up the whole no new wars and things of that nature, you realize we were already into that from 100%. You also do you understand that when it came to Afghanistan and the pullout with Afghanistan, I understand and because I keep hearing this so much, that it's been on Biden, he's the blame, and it was such a bad pullout, and it was horrible, things of that nature. But do you know why that happened? Do you know how that came about?
Yeah, sorry, I was on mute. Okay, so this is what happened with Afghanistan. And sure, if you want to correct me here and there, sure. But Afghanistan, obviously, it's been a 20-year war, right? Or 20-year, but very, 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 very siloed into that region, right? There was the Afghani government, which was supported by the U.S., and then there was sort of the Taliban militia groups on the outskirts of Afghanistan, but still have a foothold. To your point.
My point is,
to your point, wait. To your point, Taliban should have probably been removed fully before anything else. However, Trump didn't want to escalate anything, right? So Trump wanted to get.
You did your research real quick, so I'm going to tell you real quick. Hold on for a hot second. I get what you're trying to go through, but you're not going to take this shine from me. Trump literally did an agreement with the Taliban. And if you were a part of 9/11, like I was when I was 17 years old and I witnessed a catastrophe in our country, you would know that when Bush was president, he made it a point of, we do not negotiate with terrorists, right? Right? Okay, so then why did Trump do the opposite? And he did that with the Taliban. He made an agreement with them to make sure, or he thought to make sure, that he would have all our troops out of Afghanistan with the Taliban. Not even the Afghanistan government that you just spoke about. He made a deal with them that he would have our troops out of there by May 21st of 2021. That was on the premise that he was going to be president, which ended up that not being a thing. And so what ended up happening is, when that did come to fruition, whatever you want to say, we also had to deal with January 6th.
Let's stay on one at a time, please. Sorry. Could I respond to your Afghanistan before we go fully outside of Afghanistan?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And we have about 5 more minutes, guys. So we'll do this again another time. No problem.
Okay.
No problem. So to wrap up her point, it was just that Trump is the one who set up the entire exit from Afghanistan. He set it up with the Taliban. But go ahead, Oscar. What's your saying?
Okay. So
that was in place at that time.
So first thing, and let me just try to get my full thought out. One, the U.S. definitely, I've always said, don't negotiate with terrorists, and nobody's ever stayed to that. Okay, like, I think it's despicable, but this is what life is, and people have to negotiate sometimes, especially if they have hostages. I'm on the field of non-negotiating with terrorists, but it's almost impossible. Unfortunately, people don't hold down to that. However, now back to Afghanistan, strictly Afghanistan. Trump's policy wanted to get American troops, to your point, out of that area, out of that region. He talked to the Taliban people. He actually gave them maybe even more people than I would wanted, like hostages and prisoners, as a result of not invading the Afghani government. That was it. And they were going to please. They were going to pull out of Afghanistan and leave a shadow U.S. army there to help strategize with the Afghan army. That was the plan, to have people on the ground or in the back advising, providing surveillance, performing things to assist our Afghani government allies. What ended up happening is, to your point, Trump lost the election. And as a result, instead of that shadow government and instead of any strategic plan, the Biden-Harris administration did a full withdrawal very promptly, leaving American troops, obviously, there, which was not Trump's plan, leaving American weapons, that was not Trump's plan, and throwing the Afghani government out of it. And this is actually very close to me, because one of my best friends is Afghani, and I know this is now an anecdote, but he is absurd with this because his mom had to live under like Taliban like rule. And what's happened now is ridiculous. And he hates the Taliban more than he does the Afghani individual. And this was not the plan. This is not the plan. And even if it was the plan, which again, it wasn't, Biden first had power, and on top of that, Biden did it terribly.
But you're not understanding what I'm talking about, sir. My main thing is, why wouldn't a presidential elect at that point sit up here and bring that as a promise knowing there could possibly be a situation where he's not president, because that pushed Biden into a situation where they actually extended that pullout. And that's why we ended up with the Afghanistan pullout that we ended up with. And everybody wants to, blame him for it. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. There's no reason why, first of all, Trump should have even did that. He should have never even had that conversation with the Taliban. He should have had that conversation with the Afghani government from the get-go. That is literally work for years that went down the toilet because of Trump. That's what I'm asking.
All right, guys. I'm so sorry, Meeks. I do understand you guys want to keep going, but we are basically out of time. I do want to invite you both back up on the next time I come up here. Okay, that sound good?
Thanks, Felicity. Respect.
Tomorrow or whenever.
Respect. I do these usually Sunday, Mondays, and Tuesdays. So I think I'm gonna do this tomorrow night as well. Okay.
I'm just saying he's wrong and I'm right. Yeah.
You guys are funny.
Politics.
You guys are funny. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and drop you both now, but I do appreciate you guys both being up here. All right. Respect. All right, y'all. I've been up here for about an hour and 10 minutes. We have about 6.3K likes, about 30 people in here. Well, 3 people watching concurrently. Shout out to everybody on my YouTube. Shout out to everybody on my Facebook who is watching this right now. Granny has been in here for a little bit. Sarush, I know I said I was going to get to you, but let me see if Granny is still here. I'm going to talk to that person, and if they're not, then I'm going to bring you up, Sarush. Granny, you there?
Yes, you can hear me?
I can hear you. How's it going?
Yeah, okay, I'm okay. Listen, I don't think the problem is any of these things that your Republican callers are talking about. The problem with Kamala Harris, I don't think it's any of that. I think the real problem is that she is black, and yeah, she's black, and she would be, if she's not elected president, if anything happens to Biden before the election, she gets to be president anyway. And I think all of this other stuff is just pretext,
Mhm.
I mean, the border, it's because of Trump that the border didn't go through. He instructed his Republicans in the House, not to pass it. The economy, by all indications, is on the rebound. And everything they talk about, it's just not valid. Every reason they give is just pretext. It's pretext for what the real issue is. The problem is this country is changing, and they don't
They have
want
a problem. Yeah.
They don't
The
want that.
the
So-
demographic shift, the
Right.
economic anxiety. We know. Yeah, we know.
Right. I mean, even the terms they use, they have a problem with people being woke. If you look at the definition of woke, it is aware. They don't want people to become aware, and especially about the history of this country. They don't want that because it shines the spotlight on them and their misdeeds.
I do want to read a comment off my Facebook. My friend says, I think it's a little bit more complicated than that. Her being a woman and black are additives because they hate all Democrats. Now, I do agree with that. They hate all Democrats. They would have hated Biden anyway. But the fact that Kamala is black and a woman makes it even worse. Yeah, I mean, so absolutely. I agree.
Right. So all that other stuff is just pretext. Every reason they give is pretext. I mean, they're even talking about, I saw a commercial the other day about how she wanted to give transgender prisoners sex changes. I mean, really, I believe what happened is, or what I read, is that as a representative, being the DA in California got sued because they weren't really caring for providing health care or good enough health care to the prisoners. So she represented the state of California in the lawsuit. But once they lost the case, she had to do what was right, or to provide health care to prisoners, to all prisoners, not just transgender prisoners. They want to present it as if her focus was only on transgender
prisoners. And you know that's the strange thing, is like, what is the problem? I mean, the thing is, one of the reasons I think we have a high recidivism rate in the United States is because of the way we treat our prisoners. Now, that's not saying that we're supposed to treat them as babies or whatever, but treat them as human.
Right.
The fact that we treat our prisoners like animals and allow them to get out, they're gonna get out one day. People who commit robbery, burglary, drug crimes, they're going to get out. You know what I mean?
Right.
If we treat them like animals, how do you think they're gonna behave when they're out? Like,
right. This is personal for me. I have a brother who's serving a life sentence for carjacking.
I'm sorry.
His third strike, and he's been in there for over 20 years. And that's just inhumane. He didn't take a life. It was property.
That's property, yeah.
And so what they're saying is his life isn't worth as much as a car, So
definitely. I definitely believe in prison reform, and your brother is. If I had control of it, your brother would be one of the first people I let out, because carjacking, like the 3 strikes laws, have always been ridiculous to me. Like, for carjacking, it's man, that's ridiculous. I do appreciate you, Grant. I think I'm gonna bring up one more person, but I have dropped you a follow, and I hope to see you again in my my other lives. All right.
Great. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You have a great one.
You too. Bye bye.
All right, y'all. W Granny in the chat, y'all. It's always great to see, our older generations understanding the issues of today, because unfortunately a lot of them don't. Sarush, I do hope you're still there. I hope you didn't leave, Sarush. If Sarush left, then I may have to bring someone else up. So I have to bring others up. All right, y'all. We got 25 people in here, 6.5K likes. I do appreciate all the likes. I do appreciate all you guys being here. Keep on liking it. Keep on sharing. I do want to have some more discussion. So yeah, why should I vote for this guy? Yeah, I mean, because given all these things, I don't see why I should vote for him. I don't think Sarush is here anymore, guys. Unfortunately, he's not coming up. Unfortunately, Sarush is not coming up. I don't think he's here anymore. All right, y'all. I do still have Meeks here. Meeks wants to give people the business, y'all. She's gonna give people the business, y'all. She could co-host with me. It's all good. You can co-host with me. I know you want to give you the business. Let's see if we can get more people in here.
All right, cool. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna be silent, but I'm gonna be in my mind.
Nah, it's all good. All right, Mirror, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Is that Mirror or Mirror?
Mirror, like Meerkat.
Mirror, okay.
Call me Meerkat the other day.
Gotcha. All right, how's it going, Mirror? Any political affiliation?
I'm independent because,
Yeah, they suck. All right. But you think I should vote for Trump?
I do think you should vote for Trump.
All right, great. So go ahead and give me a policy that makes me want to vote for Trump. Given all these things, why should I vote for him?
A specific policy. All right. So first, I like his immigration policies. So I think it's Title or Act 42 or something like that. Some along the lines of that. We saw lower rates of illegal immigration all the way up until Biden and Harris got into office, which, Harris was working on the border. She was the border czar.
No, she wasn't actually.
She indeed was the border czar. Joe Biden appointed her to the border czar.
Okay. Okay. Well, give me 1 second. Meeks, I do know you're gonna correct them. I am too. So, no. It's all good. I just like to let them get it all out so we can, answer one by one. But you said the immigration policy. Okay, and one thing, Mir, you do have like red bars. So if you if you drop, that's the reason why I didn't drop you. Okay.
Hold on, I could
All
do
right.
this.
So, all right, not a problem. All right, so let's go ahead and start with immigration, because that's a good one to start with. You said about the borders
Sure.
are. If you go on the White House website where they actually tell you whose position is what, you would see that borders are is not a thing. It was the media that called it borders are, not Biden. What Biden did was he assigned her to talk to the Northern Triangle, states like Mexico, Guatemala, and et cetera, to see why exactly people are coming over. And we find out a lot of them are coming over due to, violence, economic issues in their country, and that's the reason why they're coming over. She was able to go ahead and talk to those countries, make a deal with them to see if people can remain. Because if the majority of our migrants are economic migrants, meaning they come over, or they're gangland migrants, meaning that there's gangs going on in their states, and they come over here to escape the violence and are coming over here to for better economic opportunities. If those countries have better economic opportunities and less gang violence, then they won't come over here. Trump actually hasn't provided a policy where that would happen. He just says close off the border, which is impossible. That's not going to happen, and have them remain in Mexico. What exactly does that do to stop immigration? Because all people are going to do is come over here on visas for agriculture and just stay, like a lot of my cousins did.
Well, so the goal isn't to stop immigration; it's to reduce the amount of illegal immigration, because we have a lot of people who come here.
No, there's a difference, sir. There's a difference. There's a difference, sir.
Can I please talk without you cutting me off?
Hold on. You said illegal immigration, sir. You said illegal immigration. Do you understand there's a difference?
I do understand the difference between illegal and non-illegal immigration.
Do you understand asylum? And do you understand
Yes,
asylum?
I was actually about to get to that if you let me finish talking. So
But it
please
sounds
stop
like
cutting
you
me
don't
off.
know the difference.
No, you're
I'm
not
so
letting me
sorry.
finish any statement that I've made. So you can't say it
All
sounds
right,
like something if I
let's
haven't
do
finished
this.
talking.
I'm sorry. Let's do this. Let's do one more thing, because I know Meek's been wanted to respond. All right, and I'm the only one who responded to you. All right, so Mir, just give me one moment. All right, Meeks, go ahead and respond to him with everything, and then we're gonna let Mir go again. That sound fair?
Hey, you're the host, and I'm gonna respect it. But I'm
No,
going.
not a problem.
I'm
Not a problem. Go ahead, Meeks. Go ahead, respond to him.
I'm gonna crush this soul real quick. You understand there's a difference between immigration and asylum, correct? Legal
100%.
immigration and asylum. You know there's a difference between that, right?
Yes, I do. I was going to get to that.
What is the difference?
So illegal immigration and actually asylum kind of go hand in hand. If
No,
you
they
want to be
don't.
honest. So,
No, they
so
don't.
can I?
Okay.
Once again, you're not letting me talk. So if you want to answer to your question, you have to let me speak and not just say no, it's not, no, it isn't, no, it's not, no, it isn't, instead of.
Okay, that's
letting
fair.
me
That's
speak.
fair. But go ahead. How do they go hand in hand, in your opinion?
You can come into this country. Like I remember, I was
Because I
just
can tell
saying
you right
something.
now.
Jesus fucking yeah, bro. Can you please get her under control, please? Like I'm not trying to be
Meeks,
disrespectful.
let him go ahead. Meeks, let him go ahead.
I
Let him
just
go ahead.
can't.
Okay, my bad.
Let him go ahead. Let him go ahead. Go ahead, Mir.
All right. So more times than not, you can come into this country. I believe I forget which border it was. You know, we have different borders. I forget which border it was, but there were people literally just coming to the border, and then they would get into the country, and then they would request asylum once they got into the country, regardless of whether or not it was truthful that they needed asylum or not. So you can come to this country and not need asylum and still be granted asylum. So that's where my problem comes in with that, because we allow more. There's been more people allowed into this country illegally and not through the process that takes longer. You know how there's two different processes to get into the country. You can come here illegally and request asylum, which is a faster process than if you came here legally, went through the normal. Sometimes it could take to 2 years. Sometimes it could take 10 years. You're aware of that, right, host?
Yeah, because my family's immigrants.
Exactly. So long story short, I believe that Trump's Trump's policies on immigration, where we've had lower rates of immigrants come into this country, we're not giving money to immigrants that come into this country out of our tax dollars at the things of that nature, is the reason why I believe his policies on the border are better.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm going to respond first, and then Meeks, I'm going to let you
sure.
go right after him. Okay. All right. So when it comes to illegal immigration versus asylum, when it comes to like illegal immigration, essentially, here's the issue that I would tell people, because like there's really no clear definition on what people think illegal immigration is just kind of just hopping over the border or just showing up on a boat in Florida. You know what I'm saying? Like what a lot of people do. But one thing is that if you overstay your visa, technically you're already an illegal immigrant, but you came to the country legally. You see what I'm saying? So it's like these are when you say that illegal immigration versus asylum, they request asylum even if they didn't need it. At the end of the day, that's still legal. Like going up to the border and requesting asylum, that's legal immigration. You're completely allowed to do that. That's not illegal at all. And whether or not they need asylum or not is not something that we can determine. You see what I'm saying? That's up to the to the actual person. They're the ones who are gonna say they need asylum. Because I know when my parents came over here, they needed asylum. I'm not gonna go over the entire history of Haiti, but what was going on in Haiti at that point, they really did need asylum. And what a lot of Haitians are going through right now, they needed asylum. You see, they do need asylum. You feel me? So,
can I respond to that real quick?
Sure.
I think that I think that the process of immigration should be better. I think that we need better background checks. I think that we need to check, like you said, whether the country really, people that are coming from these countries actually need the asylum. Because I feel like currently we're letting a lot of people into our country who, one, who have committed crimes from the country that they're coming from. So like they're in gangs or they're rapists or things of that nature. We need to do better background checks on our people, because I just seen a study earlier. I'm gonna pull up in a second about the amount of people who came to our country under Biden and Harris who have committed crimes, like heinous, like large crimes, and have still been allowed into our country.
Yeah, I understand that that concern, but you do realize that way more citizens commit crimes than immigrants, illegal or illegal.
Okay, that's fine, but I don't think that if you're an immigrant, a legal immigrant or just immigrant in general, who's coming from another country and has a record of doing multiple heinous crimes that are large level crimes, not like shoplifting and things like that, like murder.
You shouldn't be let in. Yeah, of course. I think high level crimes that we're talking about, like murder and rape and all that, they come over. They're basically what the border hoppers that I was saying before. They're basically that. They don't go through the entire process because they know they're not going to be fit for the country. So it's like things like that, like border hopping. There's not much we can do about that because of all the tunnels and because of, just like I said, you can just go ahead and get on the boat and get here through the Gulf of Mexico. You see what I'm saying? So it's like what we need to be doing is these large level gangs. We need to have a policy to take away their power. You know what I mean? And the best thing to do that is to end the war on drugs, which neither candidate wants to do, which is my main problem with both of them.
Yeah.
You see what I mean? Well, let's go over to you said about giving money. When you say we're spending our tax dollars on the immigrants, what do you mean?
So you're aware that there's immigrants that get, I forget what the benefit was, but we do give money to immigrants that come into this country, and we have benefits for them. Let me pull them up real quick.
Sure.
All right, so recently, NYC, over 53 million has been given to migrants. This is in New York.
So like food stamps?
I think it's like a mix of different benefits, but I'm pretty sure, one of the things is food stamps. Hold on.
Okay,
I think I also saw something about Joe Biden and housing for immigrants as well.
Okay. Well, that's not really what happened, but even if they did give money for food stamps, why is that an issue? Like kids got to eat.
Sure. I mean, I'm not against the food stamps part of it, but I think there's also other things that have been given to people. I think my biggest issue is that the fact that we have issues with people who've been in this country, who were born in America, living paycheck to paycheck, and yet we're so focused on outside and new people. Like, we're not focused on America, and I feel like that's the issue.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna address that, but I didn't let Meeks respond. Meeks, go ahead and respond. Vivi, I do see you in the comments. I'm gonna let you up next, but Meeks gotta go ahead and answer. But Go ahead,
What would you like?
Meeks.
What would you like for me to respond on? That ass. 'Cause
I
there's so much.
I think what you were saying about Mir, you said about the whole NYC thing, right? Yeah, you can go ahead and respond to that. Mir, restate your point again, and then go ahead. Mix is gonna go ahead and respond to that. And the reason I brought Virtue up because she said she has one question for me, and then she's gonna drop back down. But to not let's not get too chaotic. Mir, restate your what you were saying
My
one
point
more
is
time.
just that people in NYC and immigrants have been coming to our country and getting benefits for basically coming here illegally or legally.
Are you born and raised in New York?
No, I'm not born and raised in New York.
So where are you from currently?
PA.
Where?
PA.
Pennsylvania.
Yeah. Oh, PA, Pennsylvania. Okay. Are you a generation of immigrants by chance?
Not that I'm aware of. I think my great grandfather might be from like 80 or something. I don't know. Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, that's fair. When you bring up that, do you understand and know that it's all about if you are upset with what's going on, it's literally not the federal government, which is federal means across the whole entire country. And do you understand if you're upset with what things is going on in your community, it comes down to you voting in your primary. You know who your governor is? Do you know who your senator is? Do you know who your mayor is? Do you know who is representative of your area is? Do you know that? Do you vote for any of those, or do you just vote for the big elections like now?
I vote for all of them. I voted for my senator, my mayor.
That's okay, so you wouldn't have an issue with what's going on currently right now, in my opinion.
That's not true. You could vote for someone and still have an issue if the person doesn't get voted or someone who doesn't get voted.
Hold on. Because if you are voting for those same people and you have the outrage that you're having currently right now, you realize those people that you're voting for are being sent to DC. They are part of your Congress.
You do realize that I'm not the only person that votes, so my vote doesn't mean that it's the final decision of who gets picked.
You do not understand what I just said. If you are upset with what is going on in your state, in your area, in your county, in your city, you realize that when it comes down to the primary votes, the little votes, okay, the little elections, you realize that that is something that you, in my opinion, would want to make a change for, right or wrong.
Oh, right.
So then why aren't you doing that? Why are you blaming the federal government for it?
I said I did vote for my...
You should be blamed. Hey, I was quiet when you were talking. You should do it to me. Please and thank you. If you're upset with all of that, you should also be upset if you're in PA. You should be upset with the fact that when Trump sat up here and did his whole campaign, he promised that he would do infrastructure, whatever. I'm not trying to say that, Matt.
Infrastructure.
Thank you. So, I got a list, and it's horrible, and I will acknowledge that. But do you understand that he promised that, didn't do that to your own damn state?
Okay.
And your own people are sitting up here saying that as well. So if you want to talk about it, understand. Yeah, I know y'all in the comments. Yes, I have a list. It's horrible as hell, and
It's
there's
all
some.
good.
It took me a few years to say ambulance and answer.
All good. Mix, you from NYC?
I'm from Minnesota, by the way. Y'all got my
okay.
governor.
Gotcha.
We gatekeeped him forever. Yes, Tim
Gotcha.
Long.
Mix, I'm sorry. I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second because Vivi actually had a question for me. Vivi, you can go ahead and ask your question because I know you want to ask it and drop back down. What was the question?
Hey, Bossy. Hey, Nick, nice to meet you. It wasn't a question for you. I just came up to clean up some misinformation you were spreading really quick. I was undocumented for around 5 years in the U.S. When you are undocumented, you do not receive you do not have any claims to any type of benefits. You cannot claim food stamps. You cannot claim anything. I could claim for my son because he's a U.S. citizen, but when it came to myself, I had no right to it. However, I could have opened an LLC, made money, paid taxes into the government on a legal way, despite being undocumented, and I would not be able to get any of those taxes back. So, which you so-called illegal immigrants actually enrich the pot of America by paying billions of dollars into it. I just wanted to say that real quick, but I'm gonna drop down about to good to see you though.
Gotcha, Virtue. I appreciate you. Y'all, shout out to Virtue, y'all. W Virtue, follow her. She does great lives as well on religion and deconstructing the patriarchy. Because as men's, we got to do that. But Mir, I do wanted to go ahead and respond to you a little bit because you said about us, the migrants in NYC. The thing is, those migrants got trafficked there. That's the first thing. And a lot of those people, just like I said, were seeking asylum, which I think we both agree shouldn't be a problem. People should be able to seek asylum. Now you're saying we got to do background checks. I do agree with you there. But when you're seeking asylum, that's exactly what they do. They do background checks on you. They, like when my parents sought asylum in this country, they did background checks. When my uncle came over here about 10, 15 years ago, they did a background check on him. You see what I'm saying? So it's not that you just come over here, you seek asylum, and you don't do anything. You actually see a court, you go through a system, you got to see lawyers. It's a whole process. You see what I'm saying? It's not just coming over here and you seek asylum and then 2 weeks later you're a resident.
I'm aware of that.
Yeah, exactly. So that's what I mean. I do agree that our
I think that the process should be more in depth. I guess more.
How much more in depth do you think it needs to get? Because the process is very, very in depth. Like for me to file for my cousin, I needed to know who his first grade teacher was in Haiti.
So, for example,
which is insane.
Like I have a friend who was an immigrant. He had to wait up to 10 years to be able to get his citizenship. And he didn't seek asylum. There's people who seek asylum and then get their citizenship within I didn't cut you off, please don't cut me off, within 1 to 3 years of after seeking their asylum. So I think that it incentivizes people to lie about what they're coming to the country for, because they know, okay, if I seek asylum, regardless of anything, I'll get in here faster in regards to if I came here normally, had to wait in Germany in a refugee camp, and regardless, like things of that nature, wait for my court date, wait for my number and all that stuff. I feel like
that's
an issue for me.
Yeah, I feel you on that. And that's more of a commentary on our immigration system needing to be simpler. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We should take away a lot of this red tape in order for people to come in legally
and that's what
better.
Harris said. But that's what, I'm sorry, host. But
No, go ahead.
That is exactly what Harris's job was to do. I don't think you understand. Everybody wants to keep sitting up here saying, "Oh, her job was the border, the border." I don't think you understand exactly what her job consisted of. Her job was literally consisted of going to certain countries in Mexico, and if I might ask those countries, if that's okay, because there was given a $700 million access to those countries. And hold on real quick, her word. It was considered of Central America. Those countries consisted of, excuse my language, I'm not going to be rude, but it was Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras. Those were what she was considered to be as her job, and what her job consisted of was going to those countries and understanding and why those that were considering or those were coming up to be considered as asylum. She wanted to know why those people were considering wanting to come up to the U.S. to claim asylum. And so her job was to go down to these actual countries and talk to those that were in power at that time and understand why they wanted to. And that's why the $700 million, because y'all keep talking about, oh, we're giving this money to this, so. But y'all ain't never came up with why the money or any type of amount came down to what she was actually tasked with. She was
Meeks, I'm gonna interrupt you for 1 second. I do apologize. Meeks, I'm gonna interrupt you for 1 second. I do
okay, no,
apologize.
that's fine. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
No problem, no problem. Cowboy Kits, I do see you in the request. I'm gonna get to you next, right after we finish off with Mir. Okay.
Can we talk about the economic policy?
Oh yeah, sure. Because I was gonna say that we have about 5 minutes
'cause-
left. Can you move on to let's go to economics? What you say?
I am more. I don't like Harris's policies more than I like Trump's policies. So, for example, I feel like the for home buyers, first time home buyers, I feel like that policy is not a good one. For example, it wouldn't incentivize. It would actually, I feel like it would make the housing market worse than it would improve it. So, for example, you're selling a home, and Harris has just been elected, and you know that you're going to be selling homes to new home buyers. Or actually, forget that. She said she wants to build 3 million homes in our housing market where homes are already expensive and when there's a lack of materials.
Say that though. Can I have the source on that when you bring that
On
up?
the source of her saying that she wanted to build 3 million homes.
Ask up a real source. You talk about
She
that
said
because
that
I've
during
heard
the
different.
debate.
Okay, hold on, everybody pause. Everybody pause. Like, I do know what you're talking about. She says she wants to build more affordable housing, and she has the entire thing with the $25,000 tax credit for each homes. Now, you said that's going to cause the home market to be worse. What I'm not understanding is how do you think that's going to be? Because if you have 3 million homes, that's more of a supply, and more people who are going to be able to buy it. So how does that make it?
So one, it's only for first time home buyers, and two, the housing market is already struggling. So if we need a demand,
It's corporate greed. But go ahead.
Yeah, but let me finish. Go ahead.
So if houses are, if we need like supplies for houses, we need things for houses, and we're gonna pay she said she wants to pay private. That in doing that one. Hold on, my AirPod.
That was me. Go ahead.
Yeah, so more houses would increase. I guess if I build a house and now I know that first time home buyers have 25,000 to now buy new homes in a market where there's already a lot of homes, and it would just oversaturate, I guess, the market. It will make it where these new home buyers, I mean, they can get homes now, but how many people in our economy or in America are first-time home buyers? Two, the money for these first-time houses, the $25,000 down payment, comes from taxpayers, which would, I believe, make us pay more money on our taxes and make us pay larger amounts of money. And like I said, I think it would worsen the housing.
I mean, here's what I would say. If you build 3 million more homes, then that means that more supply of the homes will actually drive the cost down. And selling your home doesn't. I mean, the way people sell things, they don't sell things just because they don't raise the prices. They're not going to raise the prices of a home just because someone has more money. And these are going to be for new homes anyway. You see what I'm saying? Like if most of the homes that are owned right now are by banks and private corporations. They're not really owned by individuals.
Right. So,
and even on an individual, give me 1 second. Even on an individual level, if I'm going to sell a house, the person doesn't just have $25,000 more dollars. They're gonna have a credit. Why would I raise the price of my home just because that person's gonna get a credit of $25,000 when they buy it? It has nothing to do with me. Like it makes no sense to raise the price.
When you think about it in the sense of a business sense, you think to yourself, okay, now I know people have $25,000 more dollars to buy these homes, so I could raise my price $25,000 more. And
but they don't have but they don't have $25,000.
Well, it's a $25,000 down payment, correct? Isn't that what it is?
No, it's a credit.
Okay.
Are you kidding me?
I would say that the problem with the housing market right now isn't that we don't have homes to sell. I think the problem is the prices of the homes that we're trying to sell. The fact that the market is like, it's hard to get a home right now. Like a lot of people who want a house, they just simply can't afford it. And then there's people who have a house who are having a hard time struggling, who don't own homes, who are renting homes that are having a hard time with paying for these homes because of where our economy is in this very moment. So
I got you.
I think that's more the problem to focus on than
right. But the thing,
buyers.
I got you. But the problem is that and Meeks, I'm gonna let you go up next because I have to grab my charger. But the problem really isn't that. The problem is that most of the homes are owned by corporations and they're holding them for speculation. That's the problem. We need because we don't actually have a housing shortage. It's artificial. There's a whole bunch of people that are sitting in vacant homes. You know what I'm saying? But like the problem really is that unless you kind of have to force these corporations to release these homes, that's really the only way to stop the shortage, which I think she should do. But as far as people not being able to afford the homes, that's more of the issue of the corporations hoarding them than anything that Biden or even anything that Harris or even Biden can do about it. You see what I mean? But Meeks, you said you wanted to go. Go ahead, Meeks. I gotta grab my charger real quick. Go ahead.
Okay, you bring up the housing situation. I don't know how old are you, but can I ask that question? How old are you?
21.
And don't lie.
21.
How old are you?
21.
How old are you?
21.
You're 21? Wait, you're 21?
Yes.
Okay, you're 21 years old. So were you a part of the 2008 recession, housing recession?
I wasn't old enough to really be affected
It sounds
by
like
it.
you weren't.
No, I wasn't old enough to be affected by it.
Okay, no, hold on. I let you talk, right? I let
I'm
you
not
talk.
talking over you.
So please respect.
You really just asked me a question.
But you
I responded to it. You asked me, was I alive for the recession? And I said, no, I wasn't.
My question: you say you're 21. Okay, you were not a part of the 2018 or 2008 housing recession, right? But you want to talk about housing. Okay, I think you need to kind of bring it back a little bit because it sounds like you weren't even of age to own a house at the 2008 recession. Because if you would have known what happened during that time, you would know that there were people that literally lost their homes and they were being set up here. They were being tricked into mortgage rates that they were told that they could be able to handle. And then that ended up happening in 2008 recession. Do you not understand that?
What do you mean, do I not understand that? Do I understand that? Yes.
No.
I think she's going in and
That
out.
was like for us.
I think she's going in and out.
A little bit. Makes, but yeah, but you see what my point was, right?
Yeah, I do see what your point is, and I think that you're going in and out. I think you might have like red bars or something. But no, I do see what your point is. I just think that I think there's a few reasons why I'm not voting for Kamala. And I think a lot of it has to do with, one, her lack to really answer questions on certain things.
Here's my question, because people always say that, but have you ever heard Trump answer a question? He barely does.
Well, I will say this, that Trump has shown a willingness to answer questions more than Kamala. So let me give you an example. So when Kamala was asked, did she think people are better off 4 years ago than now? Do you know what her answer was to that question?
What was it?
It wasn't a yes or no. She started talking about how her grandma was a small business owner, and she started to ramble on. Like, you know how Kamala sometimes she won't answer the question. She'll talk for a while, and then you'll kind of forget what the question was.
Good to go? Are we good?
So
good right now?
So
yeah, I can hear you better now.
Okay, my question.
That's my biggest thing when it comes to Kamala is.
Can I ask this question? Do you know anything about the 2008 recession, housing recession?
You just talked about it, so I heard what you said about it. Yeah.
It was like a mess up on my part, and I apologize for that. But I'm asking again, do you know anything about that? Were you a part of that?
I wasn't a part of it, but I wasn't old enough to be a part of it.
Can I finish?
I guess.
Can I finish?
Just ask me a question. What do you want me not to answer your question?
But I'm saying that there was like a lag of some sort. So I heard what you had said, but I could not respond for myself. So you said but you brought up housing. So we bring up housing. If you don't know about the 2008 housing recession, how are you okay with bringing up it now?
Well, I didn't say I didn't know what it was.
I didn't say that.
That never came up. You just said that if you don't know what the 2008 recession was, how can you now bring up housing? I didn't say I didn't know what the 2008 recession was.
Never brought that up from. Wait a minute. Wait a goddamn
I'm
minute.
literally just repeating what you said. I don't know what you're talking about right now.
I'm gonna let you.
I literally just repeated what she said. I didn't even.
I got you. That's one for a second. But Mir, when it comes to the candidates answering questions, if you literally type down what Trump says when he answers a question, he not only not answers it, but you have no clue what he's even talking about, bro. Like it's really like
I disagree with that.
I
think that.
What do you mean, bro? When he like because you watched the debate, right?
Yeah, I did watch the debate.
Okay, I didn't understand anything that he was talking about. He didn't really answer any question.
So when they asked him about his stance on abortion, he answered the question and said he always leaves it up to the states. When they asked him about, I think the problem is that the questions they asked Donald Trump are questions that are not just the layups that they ask. Why is she yelling? What is she yelling about?
The thing is, hold on, just give us a second. Right.
You brought up JD Vance. Keep it on that.
I didn't say anything about JD Vance. What is she talking about?
You just did it.
No one is talking about JD Vance. What are you talking about? We're talking about Donald Trump.
Everybody pause. This is the thing what I'm saying when it comes to answering questions. What did Kamala said when they asked her about abortion? Did you hear that answer?
I think she did answer that question. I think that was one of the questions she answered. But that's a question that I think was already understood because she's been. I'm pretty sure she agrees with Biden on the stance of abortion. So I don't think that's a question that we really were concerned about. I think it's the questions that she doesn't want to answer, like are people better off now?
What was the question that you think that she didn't answer? Because
she didn't answer the question. So she's done 4 interviews. I think she might have done 5 now. She's done 4 interviews or 5 interviews up to this time. The question that's been asked is about whenever it's about the economy, what are you going to do for the economy? Or what are you going to do? Or how do you feel that when people say, please?
But she said what she's going to do, though.
Wait, hold on. Can I just say? Because I didn't even finish.
We're saying first you went on
Can I just finish what I'm saying?
Mix, hold on.
Jesus Christ. So she was asked, so the 2 questions that I see where she usually gives either the same answer that's a avoidance question or it's a beat around the bush where she talks for a little bit wider is one, she'll talk. So whenever she's asked, do you think people are better off 4 years ago in regards to now? She won't answer that question directly with the yes, this is why, or no, this is why. Instead, she'll say, well, I was, and then she'll talk about something. And then I think I don't think, but I know she'll start to get into her plan for when it comes to the housing. And then she'll talk about the small business because she always brings up the small business owners. And then she talks about the housing whenever she's asked about. So I should pull it right now. When she was asked during the debate, do you think people are better off 4 years and now? She didn't answer that question directly. When it comes to the questions they ask Trump, it's like they don't ask him similar questions. They don't ask him, so do you think that your economy was better than Harris's economy? No, they ask questions like, why did on June 6th, January 6th, did you do this? Or questions that don't.
But that's my issue, though, Amir. You're saying that she's not answering any questions, but when they ask Trump direct questions, he doesn't answer them either.
So what was Trump
saying? But
the thing is, like, when they ask, give me a second, Meeks. When they ask Kamala Harris, do you think people are better off now than 4 years ago? That's what people are concerned about. True, and you could say that she kind of beat around the bush on that. That's before telling what her policy is. I understand that she answered like a politician, but when they ask Trump about January 6th, which is something that people are also concerned with, he doesn't answer that either. You see what I'm saying? So it's like you're saying that Trump doesn't answer any questions. I'm saying that Kamala doesn't answer any questions, like anything direct, but neither does Trump. And matter of fact, he does not only does he not answer it, he goes off on other things like people are eating cats and dogs. So it's like you're holding Kamala to a standard not Trump.
that what you just said, I don't agree with when he said that. That was crazy in my personal opinion. But when it came to January 6th, he did answer that question because people were trying to say that he said that there was fine people on both sides regarding to neo-Nazis and things. He wasn't saying that. So he has cleared that up before, and he cleared that up during the debate as well.
But that wasn't about January 6th. They asked him about January 6th about like if you lose the election, would you actually accept that? And he never asked that question.
You're going in and out.
You're okay. No. Can you mute him for a second? Because I'm about to snap. Because you're not going to do it, sit up here and act like shit is all cordial and fucking cool. What you're not going to do, and I'm going to tell you right now, you are definitely not a fucking, you are not a patriot of this country. You are not a real American of this country if you're okay with the fuck happened with January 6th. I literally believe you were the one that happened to back the blue. And guess what? Did you back the blue when that shit happened? Absolutely not. You only backed the blue when it came down to those that were minorities, the black, unarmed and unthings that happened with the fucking oh Lord, I'm so mad. No. Fucking mouth. I heard
She's literally just
you are literally the same fucking ones that were sitting up here talking about back the goddamn blue when it came down to unarmed black Americans, black women, children, and men that were being taken out by those in the blue, those police officers. That's when you want to sit up here and talk that shit. But then when it comes down to back the fucking blue, when it came to Jan 5th, did you do that? Did you back their asses? Absolutely not. I am so sorry.
What is she talking about?
It's his background noise.
Hey,
what is she talking about?
No. You want to back the blue when it's necessary?
Why is she yelling?
I have to mute you for a second.
You are exactly.
I'm sorry. I have to mute you for a second because you got a lot of background noise. Go ahead and try to clear up the background noise, Meeks, and then we can go ahead and talk again, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of background noise there.
Whatever. I don't know why she's yelling. I don't see what the purpose of that is. I don't think that helps the conversation at all. If you're trying to.
Not me. He's got the background noise, not me.
Yeah, I'm here.
No,
that was so on topic, but I don't.
No. Here's the shit I don't fucking understand, and I will never fucking understand. It's him. Mute his ass 100%. Y'all are the same ones when George Floyd happened. It was back to blue. It was all lives matter. What happened in January 6th? Oh, guess what? Y'all didn't fucking back the blue on them. Y'all sat up here and let those people sit up here and pass away, or y'all made it. So it was literally, I don't even care at this point because y'all are pissing me off. Y'all are fake, fake as fuck, and I don't care. And I'm so
Is she crying right now?
You're fake. You're fake as fuck. You're not a patriot. You'll never be a fucking patriot. You are not a real American person because if you gave a fuck, you wouldn't even sit up here and be okay with what the fuck happened. I don't care. I don't care. You're fake. You're fake. Only benefits you, and you only benefits when it benefits your white America. I don't care. I don't care. You are fucking weird. You're weird.
Yo, she's tripping. I ain't gonna lie. I don't even want to say anything. She's crying right now. It was not that serious.
Everybody chill.
So were you there? Did you like what happened there? Did you like what happened there?
I think that it was people acting unreasonable personally, but that has nothing to do with me. I don't see why you're crying about that either.
Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that? Are you okay with that?
Are you gonna let me answer? Or are you gonna ask me if I'm okay with that again?
Question: are you okay with that? Are you
when am I
okay?
allowed to respond?
Are you okay? What happened with January 6th? Just answer the question. Are you okay with that?
No, I think people were acting unreasonable.
No. Are you okay with the fact that those that were just not those in blue, but there was also a woman that unfortunately had her life
What
taken.
about, bro? I ain't with the geeking, bro. I ain't gonna lie. You tripping.
All right, everybody,
She tripping, bro. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay.
I'll bring it in a second.
Hold on, chill. Okay, so we got about 2 more minutes because we're kind of over time already.
Yeah,
So
I was
what was
just
the last
saying
thing
that.
that you wanted to say
I'll
as
drop.
far as because my issue with your entire stance of Kamala's answer questions is that I don't see Trump really answering questions either, and I don't see giving any clear answers. So it's like it seems you're holding Trump, you're holding Kamala to a standard that you don't hold Trump in. Like he doesn't really answer questions. It's all word
So,
stuff.
want me to respond to that? So I think that when it comes to a person having 4 interviews and one person having 14 interviews, it's hard to say that person with 14 interviews in regards to someone with 4 is opposed to answering questions, because every interview I've seen him answer more questions than Kamala. So for example, more times than not, Kamala's asked softball questions. Would you agree that the questions she's asked, they're not the same level that are asked?
No.
You don't think so? Okay. Well, then that's just where we disagree. You know, I just think that
What
more
is
times than not.
softball about? What are you going to do for the economy? What is softball about your foreign policy? What is softball about? Like people have said you're not black. What's softball about that?
So I think that it's softball in regards to when you're asking the other person about events that happen instead of asking them about policy. When you're asking them about personal things instead of asking them about policy, I think that's different, especially when she's going on CNN, and they're literally giving her multiple choice questions. That's softball. That's crazy.
But policy questions are not softball. Those are things that you're going to do for the country.
They are actually, because those should be the easiest questions for you to answer as a candidate. If you know what your policy is, that's literally the easiest question to answer.
Like I get that, but when Trump is asked policy questions, he really doesn't answer them.
He does. So, like I said, when he
literally said he has no plan on healthcare, and they asked him, he hasn't.
He said he has a concept of a plan when it came to healthcare, which I think. But that's an answer though. He didn't dodge the question. He answered the question truthfully.
And then when they asked him what Kamala plans
said that
on healthcare,
would you rather him have lied and said he has a plan when he doesn't?
I'd rather him have a plan. You're going to be president.
Which is true. Well, he may not be, but I think that when it comes to being truthful, at least in that sense, if you don't have anything, say you don't have anything instead of beating around the bush and then trying to make it seem like you have an answer.
But she did answer that question about healthcare, though. She has a plan.
She didn't answer the question about does she think
yes, she
people
did.
are better off 4 years ago than now?
She wants to strengthen the ACA and expand Medicare.
No, she didn't answer that question. I said she didn't answer the question when it came to does she think people are better off 4 years ago or now? She didn't answer that question.
Yes, she did. She said
What
yes.
she said? No, she didn't. She didn't say yes.
She answered in a long way, but she did say yes.
She did not say yes, actually. So when she answered the question, she started talking about her economic plans in regards to housing and the small businesses. Not yes or no, the economy is better and this is how. That's 2 different things. So.
But she went to explanation about what economists said about Trump's economy and the economy under Biden Harris. She did explain that inflation is lower.
Well, she says the economy was better under them, which is not true. That's actually false. So inflation is higher. So
inflation is lower.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
It's literally not.
Yes, it is. It literally is.
So what's the percent right now?
Give me a second.
Mm-hmm.
And they also passed the Inflation Act. You know they passed the Inflation Act, right? To lower inflation.
Pardon?
You know about the Inflation Act that Biden and Harris passed right now, 2.5%.
Yeah, the one that skyrocketed inflation. Yeah.
Yeah, the inflation right now is 2.5%.
And what was it in 2020?
In 2020, it was 1.4%.
So that's higher.
Yeah, but hold on.
So if it's wait.
Hold on, let me explain. I'm going to explain.
Yeah.
Mira, you realize, hold on, Mira, you do realize that these policies are like they have a delay, right? So 2020's inflation rate is not because of Trump. 2021's inflation rate is because of Trump. You know what it was because in 2021?
What was it?
7%. That's because of Trump. These type of policies have delays of at least 2 years. So 2020's inflation rate is not because of Trump. 2021's inflation rate is because of Trump.
Wait, 2021's inflation rate was 4.7, and then
No, it was
2022 was 8%.
No, 2021 was 7%.
What's
I'm reading
the
straight
sort
from the
what's the sort that you're
from the US
using?
inflation calculator.
The U.S. inflation calculator?
Yeah, what are you reading from?
I'm looking at macro trends.
Macro trends. I'm looking at the inflation calculator from the year 2000 to 2024. They look at
2022. Neither one of these are .gov or .org. That's a .com, and the one I'm using is a .net. So I don't think either one of our sources I think both our sources may be wrong.
All right, you want to use the Bureau of Labor Statistics then?
Yeah, let me look at this one. 2020 is 0.6, 2021 0.4, 2022 is 0.8, 2023 is 0.3, which is still higher than 2021. So
are you looking at are you looking at over a 12-month period or what?
Yeah, 12-month percentage change. Customer price index. I'm looking at
from the
U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, right?
The Bureau of Labor Statistics?
Yeah, I'm gonna show you the chart I'm looking at. I don't know if we're looking at the same chart now. Let me see if I turn my camera on.
Yeah, Bureau of Labor Statistics, it says 2.5. Like I said.
Yeah, this one, right? This is the same chart you're looking at?
Yeah, Bureau of Labor Statistics says 2.5.
Yes, so 2021 is 5.4.
Yeah, 2021 was 4.3.
In 2022, it went all the way up to 8.6, and then it's still higher. It's still higher. 2024. Like, no matter what year you say that.
2024 is 2.5.
2024 is 2.5, but in 2020, all the way to 2022, I guess.
Yeah, but like I told you, but like I said before, these have a delay. So 2021, 2022 is because of Trump's, not because of Biden.
Oh, so now it's 2022 as well. That is because they're not.
Yes, because they have a delay, bro.
Okay, so what is the delay in, like, what policy is it?
His COVID policies, like the I forgot what it was called. You know, the thing with the stimulus, those policies, yeah. Because and not only that, his trade war policies, all of these add to the inflation rate.
So is that why there's this spike in inflation from?
Yeah, in 2022, that's why it went up, bro. He you know under COVID he basically printed out $4 trillion and invested it back into the economy, right?
No, I'm aware of that, but
yeah, that's going to cause an inflation. That's what we saw in 2022.
You know about the Rescue America, the bill that was passed?
But you understand that he invested $4 trillion out of nowhere right into the economy. What do you think is going to happen? It's going to cause inflation. That's exactly what we saw in 2022.
But yeah, ready whenever.
And right now, after they passed the Inflation Reduction Act back in 2023, we're at 2.5%. So inflation is lower because of Biden and them, not because of Trump.
2016. Wait, so when did Obama's tax plan or his economy plan stop working?
First of all, we're not going to do that. First of all,
when did that stop? When did that stop?
Can I get
Why is she coming? No one is talking to you. I'm not talking to you. I'm not talking to you. When did?
Please get there.
I'm not talking to you. I don't want to have a conversation.
We actually have one more minute left, so I gotta drop them both.
Yes. So can you answer the question I just asked you? I don't want to talk to her. I don't want to talk to her. Can you please mute her? I don't want to speak to her.
We have one more minute. We have one more minute.
Yes. So I want to ask you a question. I don't want to talk to you for the last minute. No, thank you. Oh my God, bro. She's about to yap for the last minute. I'm going to just drop now.
Why
because we're so if you did you hear the question? Did you hear the question?
But why
did you hear the question?
Okay, everybody chill.
Just tell her to chill. Can you just mute her?
Everybody chill. Everybody chill.
This is really just
everybody chill. Hold on, chill real quick. Everybody chill. I'm gonna answer. Everybody chill. The reason why he brought up Obama was because he was asking, when did Obama's economic policy start? When we start seeing the effects of Obama's economic policies? We started seeing the effects of Obama's economic policies in 2017.
No, I'm saying, when did they stop?
Hold on, wait. We started seeing the effects of Obama's economic policies around 2016, 2017. And guess who's president?
That's all he got.
It was
Yeah,
Trump. So Trump was actually riding off Obama.
So my question is, when did they? Chief, please, please be quiet.
One by
Please.
China.
Like what you talking really does not add anything
I've
to
had
the
you both up for about
conversation.
an hour now. I've had you both up for about an hour now, so I gotta go ahead and drop you guys. But I do appreciate both of you being here. Okay.
Wait, can I just ask you? Can I just ask you one question before you?
One last question. What's up?
So when did it stop being in effect? When did Obama's economy stop being in effect? Since
Around 2019, 2020.
So 2019, 2020.
Yeah, everything that we've seen for the past 4 years is because of Trump.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, have a good one. All right. Cowboy left. I saw Magaverse. I do see you here, and I do see Jose Gonzalez. Magaverse, I think you're friendly. I think you're on my side, but I am gonna bring you up. I do appreciate you guys, and Jose, I'm gonna bring you up as well.
How you doing?
Yeah, Meeks, I did drop you because I've had you up for an hour. I just want to get some more people up to cycle it. Magaverse, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing well. How you doing, man?
I think you're friendly, right?
I am.
Hey, how's
I
it
am. Good. I want a piece of mirror real bad, but okay. we'll go somewhere else.
Yeah, I don't think Mir is here anymore. I think he left. Yeah, Mir isn't here anymore. Mir left because I had them both up for an hour. That's the only reason why I had to drop them both.
I know. I'm strange you picked a name same as your space station.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, I'm trying to bring Jose up, but looks like Jose isn't coming up.
I'm
so
just
gonna go ahead.
He was there.
Yeah. Jose was here. He was coming. It looked like he was coming up, but it looks like he can't come up anymore. I did have a few other people that were sitting in the comments and they didn't want to come up, but there is Damon. Hey, Damon, you've been sitting there in the comments like talking for the past hour. Why don't you just come up? I sent Damon an invitation. But how you doing, Magaverse?
I'm doing all right, man. Just enjoying this, being ahead in the polls for the first time in a long time.
Yeah, man. It's been a day. It's been a day. I do appreciate, you guys being here, all the likes and everything like that. I do know this one was gonna be a big one. And yeah, we got 34 people in here, y'all, 8.1K likes. If you disagree with me, do you think I should vote for Trump? Go ahead and come on up and tell me why. Damon, I did send you a request because you've been talking for like the past hour and a half in the comments.
I didn't realize I wasn't following you. You're followed now.
Yeah, no problem. Let me go ahead and drop you a follow back so we could go ahead and connect a few times. I do religious lives as well. Not sure if you want to join that because I'm not sure which religion you'll be. So
I'm very independent on that one.
Gotcha. All right, y'all. But yeah, Matt, what you got? You can go ahead and talk to me as well.
Is he up?
Oh, Damon? Nah, Damon, unfortunately, he said he has to go back to work. I'm going to do this tomorrow. I'm going to do this tomorrow. I think tomorrow evening, probably around 7:30, 8 o'clock. I'll do this tomorrow, so y'all can go ahead and follow then.
Okay. Well, I'm going to address some things I wanted to talk to Mir about. How about that? First of all, the economic policies. He was saying that that giving tax breaks to the rich keeps jobs in America. It adds jobs. There's been no proof of that borne out throughout the entire 30 some odd years we've seen that going on. And since Reagan leaned into it really hard in 1981, we have seen nothing but a diversion of rising wages and productivity. Productivity has shot up and the wages have stayed relatively the same. They've gone up very slowly. They've gone up at a much slower rate and productivity has gone up, and inflation is outpacing wages almost 2-to-1 from that point on. So it doesn't work. It doesn't work. It just suits to put, it's basically trickle up. We've watched all of our money go into the hands of the billionaires. We're creating more billionaires by the minute, and we are just sitting back watching our wages stay stagnant. So, boo.
Yeah,
Boo,
exactly.
trickle down.
Give me 1 second. That's what I'm doing.
All right, man. Secondly, the immigration thing. You can't lay the entire blame of the spike in immigration at the feet of Biden and Harris when you don't lay any of the blame for the job losses of COVID on Trump.
Good point.
If you're going to make Biden and Harris own the immigration that spiked after COVID, you have to lay the loss of jobs and the near to depression economy that we're suffering in 2021. You have to lay that at the feet of Trump, because that's when it happened. We've seen nothing but a growth since we've opened the economy back up. It's been an exponential growth, and y'all want to say, oh, those were jobs that were just waiting for the economy to open back up. Those are Trump's jobs. No, they're not. Those are Biden's jobs. If you're to give us all the immigrants, then we get the jobs too.
Yeah, because the infrastructure bill, the chips and COVID, the Chips and Science Act, those actually infuse jobs into the economy as well. I do want you to repeat what you said about the economy, about the trickle down stuff. I just shut this damn thing off. What the fuck? Yeah, about the trickle down stuff. Can you repeat that one more time for me, please?
Sure. With trickle down economics since 1981, the rise in wages has been stagnant, whereas the rise in inflation has gone up in steady rate, just as it always has, but the wages haven't paced it. Inflation and productivity has gone up faster than even the inflation. So we've seen more things produced, a higher GDP growth. We've seen inflation pace GDP growth fairly well, but we have not seen wages increase. Mm-hmm. And that's the whole thing, is they're saying, oh, wages are supposed to increase when you cut taxes on, how are we going to pay the people if we don't cut taxes on the corporations in the upper class? It just doesn't work. It simply doesn't work. Now, back in the 1940s, oh, that was a mistake. Sorry about that. Back in the 1940s and 50s, when we had built the middle class in this country, we had a top tier tax rate of 91%. Okay, correct. That allowing for loopholes that would allow, if you reinvest in your own company, or you create pensions, or you create, if you add to your company, reinvesting in your company, not stock buybacks. Those were illegal until Reagan, of course. But not calling stock buybacks, not putting money in the market, but putting money back actually into the company itself. Those were right. You could write those off, so they could get that effective tax rate down. That caused us to increase our manufacturing, increase our general business in the United States. And that's how we grew it, through a higher tax rate, not a lower tax rate.
Yeah, exactly. Because your salaries that you pay and your taxes are all an expense. You know what I mean? So if you get taxed after expenses, you're gonna want to hire a tax rate in order to avoid that. You see what I mean?
Right.
So
and
it's
you can also do that through paying your employees more.
Exactly. And you pay your employees more than
the payroll taxes to be taken off as well. So the more you pay your employees, the more you get to write off at the end of the year.
Exactly. Now, David is saying that none of these are true statements. David, go ahead and request if you can, because it looks like I can't send you an invitation. But if you can request to come up, go ahead and request to come up, and we could go ahead and talk about this, David, because I want to be here for maybe another hour, maybe another 30 minutes, and then get out of here. So, David, if you're still there and you say that everything that we're saying is BS, go ahead and come on up. But go ahead and continue, verse.
Let's see here. What else we got? What else was Amir saying that we need to refute here?
Yeah, it was a lot. I'm sorry I didn't bring you up earlier. It was just a lot going on. But it was a lot going on. But I think
that noise was on his side, by the way.
Yeah, it was on his side. Yeah, that was my mistake. Now, he did say that what's her name? He said that Kamala never answers questions. And Trump does, which is I don't even know how he got there, because I have no idea what Trump be saying half the time. Flock 92.
I'm sorry, it's just silliness on its face. Just listening to what Trump says. You need a decoder ring.
Yeah, exactly. Hey, Flock, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
I'm all right. Any political affiliation?
Conservative.
You're conservative. All right, great. You think I should vote for Trump?
I think I should vote for Trump.
Okay, sure. Now you okay? Let's go with that. Why are you voting for Trump? And why do you think I should?
Well, I don't think you shouldn't. I just don't know you and what you're looking for in a candidate. But for me, I know that I feel like Trump was right about a lot of important things. I feel like he was right about oil. I feel like he was right about the border. I feel like he was right about NATO.
Let's slow down there. Let's do one at a time. He's right about oil. Okay, so what was he right about with oil?
That we need to drill more.
Why?
Okay, so the Biden administration is drilling more right now than in the history of the world, all countries included. We've never seen a country drill more, produce more oil.
And that's so weird to me. That's so weird to me that the left uses that as a flex when none of their candidates ran on drilling more than ever in history. They all ran on stop drilling. Stop drilling on federal lands. Stop drilling on private lands. They ran on that, then got in there and drilled more than in history because Trump was right.
No, we don't need that. We don't need to run on oil. Oil is always.
So why are they drilling more than ever in history then? If we don't need it, why would
because we were being gouged by the oil companies, and Biden went head to head against OPEC and produced enough oil to bring the global oil price down.
That's exactly
why. Right.
Because I was going to bring that up. Hold on.
How can you say that and also say that we don't need? You can't make the statement that we don't need oil.
We actually don't. But Flock, what I was gonna say is that the reason why we're drilling more on the Biden is because Trump made a deal with OPEC to not drill as much, and that shot all the oil prices up. So Biden had to come in. Biden had to come in and do more drilling in order to bring those prices down. That's Trump's fault.
No.
Yes.
That's not.
Yes. Do you know the OPEC plus 2020 agreement? Are you familiar with that?
Yes. So the plan was to get them to stop drilling and then us produce more than ever so America makes money. If they're not buying from them, they're buying from us.
Did Trump sign the OPEC plus 2020 agreement stopping production of oil, not stopping, but slowing production of oil through 2022? Did he do that or not?
Yes.
Okay, so he signed an agreement where we couldn't produce as much oil on U.S. lands through 2022. When was gas high again? When did it spike?
On U.S. land?
That's exactly true.
Exactly what he did.
That's what OPEC plus did.
And then gas's prices spiked in 2022. So if you want to see why your gas prices are higher, is because of Trump's policy.
So
also, we shouldn't be drilling on private land anyway. We shouldn't be drilling on private land, or should we be drilling on native land? I think we should be going around native land and private land in order to drill, because that land should be theirs and shouldn't be susceptible to oil spills and ruining their sacred lands. Now, even myself as a non-believer, as an atheist, I don't think we should be drilling on sacred places. Like if there was like a land owned by Christians, I don't think we should desecrate that with oil.
Oh, you're an atheist. Oh, I guess I could come over to your live and still be a friend.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, but like even as an atheist, you are right. Question: all land is native. I'm just saying that for the sake of argument. But like, yeah, even as a atheist person, right? Like if there was somewhere in America that was known as Christian land and it was sacred to them, we shouldn't drill on that either. I don't think we should drill on that.
Right. So I'm seeing that Donald Trump stopped drilling, stopped Saudi Arabia, stopped drilling, but I don't see anywhere. You have to bring it up or show me where it says that he stopped drilling on U.S. Like that was part of the deal.
OPEC. It's right there, man. He's going to Google it.
Wait. Yeah, he wants to go to look at it. But yeah, when you swipe out the app flag, we can't see you. We can't hear you. My bad. But as far as you say that he was right on oil, as far as oil goes, I do think we need to move more to renewables. Maybe the technology is not as good yet, but we do need to have that as a discussion. I think we should move more to nuclear energy, just like how a lot of Europe is doing. And we wouldn't be, we're basically energy independent now, but I do think we need to move more towards nuclear energy, more towards renewables, in order for us to not depend on oil so much and destroying our environment. So I don't think he was right on that. My bad, Bagger. Go ahead.
Absolutely. No, I absolutely. I agree with that. We have to do we don't have enough renewable energy in place to where we can just turn off oil. So we need to scale it back as we get more online. But we can't just do away with fossil fuels overnight. That would be that'd send us back to the Stone Age.
Right, exactly. Yeah, and everybody practically understands that. I think when people, I think when folks, are on the right say that, anything with renewables and all that other good stuff, we're not saying that, turn off the oil machines tomorrow. We can't, you know what I mean? But we do need to gradually move away from them. Like it's just a fact. Like oil is gonna run out, y'all. Like the dinosaurs died millions of years ago, but they're not gonna, like it's gonna run out. It's gonna run out. I mean, there's not that much dinosaurs that were alive back then. It's gonna run out. But Flock, you also said something about he was right about the border. When it comes to the border, what do you mean?
So that was I was reading the OPEC deal and see that it was an agreement between Saudi, US, and Russia, and it was because of the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And did you see the 2017 agreement where he had agreed to cut production back then, and then he didn't, and he actually drove 2 of our refineries out of business to where they sold to foreign leaders. So we have one refinery that's owned, I believe, by Saudi Arabia, and I believe China bought the other one. So
Right.
those deals
were in place before that.
No, they weren't.
Yeah, I already looked into that one.
Those went out of business during the pandemic. Those went out of business during the pandemic. Those were sold during the pandemic. So something that prints money, basically pumps money out of the ground, couldn't stay afloat under President Trump.
Yeah, that's probably why he signed that deal. That's probably, they were going bankrupt because there was a low demand for oil. So he agreed with other countries to stop producing it to help save oil.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that was too late. They had already lost the 2 refineries, which is something that we can't. We're not going to be building new refineries.
You'd rather him not have? Is that the question?
Yes, I would rather him not have. To be honest, I would rather him not have, because that caused us to all get price gouge for 2 years. Because we were opening the economy up within 6 months of that, and that would have been a lot lower gas prices for the next 2 years.
Right. You don't think
guys
there's
love to beat us over the head with
hundreds of thousands of men that work on those oil rigs that feed their families?
Hundreds of thousands. I think you've got
I'd rather him shut them all down.
high on that one.
No, we're not saying shut them all down, Flock. No one's saying shut them all down. We can't shut down all oil prices or all oil rigs, but there is going to come a time where we're going to have to move more towards energy that doesn't pollute our air and cause more climate change.
He could have blocked the sale so that foreign countries didn't own our refineries on U.S. soil.
Right.
Could he have blocked the sale?
Absolutely, 100%.
Absolutely.
All right. So when did this happen?
During the pandemic. 2020.
During the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
And
2019, 2020, I believe.
Yeah. You're saying China bought an oil rig.
And Saudi Arabia.
Bought an oil rig.
And Saudis as well.
Look at the Saudis. I know the Saudis is the right one for sure.
Yeah, and Trump was also my bad, Mega. Go ahead.
That's okay. Go ahead. No, that's all right.
Yeah, and Trump was also selling. I think not just selling, but giving selling weapons, and providing funds for the Saudis to do their special operation in Yemen, which is still going on right now, by the way. Something I also criticized Biden for, but still.
How much was that for? It was like $7.
Round down.
It was like 70 billion or something like that.
Yeah.
Was it 7 or 70? That was a lot. I remember.
It was a lot. It was in double digits. It was like upwards to 25, maybe 50. Let me look this up right now. How much we gave them?
I can't remember.
Yeah, it was up to 25 to maybe 50. All right, but
the deal with that oil rig with Saudi was a part of an agreement that happened before Donald Trump.
Okay, Falak, this is my question. When you say that he was right on oil, what exactly do you mean? I'm not even sure what you're talking about.
Just the rhetoric and the push to know that we have to drill oil, while the other candidate is saying no more drilling. One of them saying no more fracking. One of them saying no more drilling on this land, no more drilling on that land. And
okay,
then
they're saying no more drilling on
Joe Biden got in
certain.
there.
My bad. Go ahead. My bad.
I'm sorry, Joe Biden got in there, and then he is drilling on federal lands. He did approve drilling on these public lands, but he said he was not going to do.
Okay, no, he didn't say he was not going to do that. So you guys are okay. Policy and rhetoric are two different things. Now, when you say, oh, "Yeah, we're going to slow drilling on whatever," we're not going to drill on native lands, things like that. Okay, yeah, sure, hold them to it. But to say that they said they were not going to drill anymore, that's just not true. That's just not true.
Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up.
Take things at face value too much.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say as well. He didn't say he's not going to.
There we go, right here. These are a bunch of news articles. Why did Joe Biden break his promise of not drilling on these lands? Why did Joe Biden go back on his promise? Like, these people make promises.
That's ANWR. That's about the Alaskan drilling, which I am very unhappy with.
Yeah, sure. Like they can go back on their here's the thing. When it comes to drilling, yeah, we still have to go ahead and drill for oil. The issue, if you're gonna say that Biden is a hypocrite for saying that he wasn't gonna drill on lands and then he actually did drill on lands, yeah, sure, he's a hypocrite for that. So that doesn't mean that Trump is right.
Well, their whole rhetoric was,
and they're hypocrites. I got you. They're hypocrites. I got
drilling.
you.
I mean, listen, they say Kamala Harris says her views haven't changed. Okay, I understand. I mean, her values. Okay, I understand that. But when somebody makes the statement, like, and they say without a doubt, when they say without a doubt, without a question, I am for this. Without a question, I'm going to do this on day one. Oh, it's without a question.
What day was that?
What day
was that? A day in 2017 you're talking about? Before an election, before the last presidential election?
Yeah.
Okay, so that
not
cycle.
2017. No, I'm talking about like Miss Harris and Joe Biden. I will not. I'm for banning fracking. Absolutely no question. Or without a doubt, I'm for this. Without a doubt, I'm for that. And then you're now you're saying your values haven't changed, but it's the exact opposite of what you said to me. The exact opposite.
Yeah, she changed her mind on fracking. So what?
Right. Well, I want somebody that had it right the first time.
It's not that they have
their mind on it. Okay, let's be clear about this. She didn't change her mind or her views on it, but she unilaterally is not going to implement us ceasing the production of oil via fracking just on her own. That's something that you can't do on your own. I mean, you could, but cause an entire industry to go belly up on your own. But that's not something that she wants to be responsible for. But what are her views on it? Probably the same as mine. Unfortunately, it's a necessary evil right now.
Yeah, exactly.
But it is doing extreme harm to our environment.
To our environment. I agree. But the thing is, Flack, when you're not in the presidential, when you're not part of the executive branch, and then you do become part of the executive branch, you get more information that you may not have known before. So even if her rhetoric did change on fracking, I get it. Like, just like how McAver said, it's probably a necessary evil that she didn't know about before, and when she got more information, she changed her rhetoric up a bit. That doesn't mean that fracking is the correct thing to do, because it still causes damage to our environment. You're saying that just because
what information did she not have?
We're not in the executive branch. We don't know that.
Maybe
I guess that's an excuse. I mean, the whole world runs on this oil. It's like the biggest thing since sliced bread. And you're talking about banning one of the most things that produce most.
No one said ban oil, bro. He said he's not going to drill in certain areas, and he did, which makes him a hypocrite.
Miss Harris said ban fracking. Miss Harris said mandatory gun buyback, pew pew buyback. She said these things.
Okay, yeah. Pew pew buyback is not the same thing as banning pew pews. That's not the same thing.
And which one?
I mean, it's just a different wording. It's mandatory. That's like saying we're not banning a baseball bats, but it's mandatory you give us all your baseball bats.
Yeah, if it's an Easton 32-inch aluminum bomber, that's the only one they're going to buy back. They're only talking about one pew pew out of all.
Yeah, there's
So
a certain.
stop trying to generalize with that.
It's like there are certain.
I'm sorry. Is that what Miss Harris said, or did you say
Yeah,
mandatory?
that was in context of ARs.
Yeah, she's talking about ARs, not all fire sticks. She's not gonna buy back all fire sticks. There's only certain fire sticks she's gonna buy back. You feel what I'm saying? But like even if that's the case,
too, by the way.
Right. That was a policy that was in place earlier. But at the end of the day, like buying back fire sticks or certain type of fire stick, that doesn't ban fire sticks.
It bans us. I mean, this is an issue. Okay, you're saying, it doesn't ban fire sticks. It just says you can't have this one. Okay.
Okay. What about when Trump said?
There's a reason
Trump said take the guns without due process. Take the guns first. What about that?
Well, you're absolutely taking. Well, you like to put things in context. Why don't you go back and look at it again and put it in context?
He was in a meeting.
Hey,
and it was
Flock, let me ask you a question.
He was making fun of the NRA backing Joe Biden.
Right, Flock. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, Flock. Do you have freedom of movement in the United States?
Walking.
Yeah, you have freedom of movement. You have freedom of movement. You can move around, right? You have freedom of movement in the United States, right?
Yeah.
Do you still need a license to drive?
No, you really don't. But
yeah, you do. You need a license to drive.
No, if you know the law and you have a lawyer, you don't need a license.
You need a license to drive. Yes, you absolutely do.
Absolutely, yes, you do.
Is having a license to drive an abolishment of your freedom of movement?
No, I can still move around.
Exactly. So when people say that they're going to buy back fire sticks or have certain regulations around fire sticks, it doesn't ban them, right? It doesn't ban your freedom to have it.
Right. So me taking a drive down the street or moving from one place to another isn't something that you're talking about, something that is mainly used in life and death situations. Okay, you're taking something that's serious and trying to make it this simple thing like, oh, you can't have a driver's license. Like, no, this is my right to protect myself.
No one's taking away your right to protect yourself, though.
Right, they're just limiting my right to protect myself.
Just like how a driver's license limits your right to movement.
Without a driver's license, would you be alive right now?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
If you didn't have a driver's license, if you're where you are right now, you didn't have a driver's license, would you be able to get a job?
Yes.
And you'd be able to work and make money and be able to live?
Yes.
How many times have you been attacked where you had to use an AR?
Where I've had to use AR?
How many times in your life have you had to pull it out and use it on someone?
I mean, there's times I wish I had. It,
how many times?
But no, I didn't have that. I've had something else though.
How many times do you drive in a day?
Well,
you go get groceries?
Quite a few.
Okay, let's not talk about hypotheticals. The truth is, the times that people have been using those is to go into schools. It's been ugly. And that's the one that's predominantly being used. So no one's coming to your home to get you, no matter how much Fox News you watch.
You know what? I think that you have too much trust in this world where it was just like 150 years ago, where it was ridiculous to be alive. Okay, for everybody, and countries have a tendency to take away people's weapons and then enforce stricter laws, and there's nothing that the people can do about it.
Hey, Flock.
Somebody like Trump, I can see you wanting to hold on to that thing.
Right, Flock. Let me ask you a question, Flock. Would you move to Australia if you had the chance, the job, and your family wanted to go? Would you move there?
Personally, no.
Why not?
I would not, because I don't like that.
My point would be is that
You paused.
My bad. Sorry about that. My thing is that your entire thing with the fire stick buyback and you were being worried about that. They did the same thing in Australia years ago. And Australia is not this, dystopia that you're trying to mention when people take away the fire sticks. It didn't happen.
Okay, yeah, it might not. It might not have happened. It didn't happen. Okay, that's great.
Right, but that's what I'm saying. When people,
to say somebody like Donald Trump, say somebody like scary Donald Trump would get in power, and he started to do all the crazy things people say he's gonna do. Wouldn't you like to have your AR-15?
If it's gonna be me versus a drone, no, I'd rather just not have anything and nothing that the drone could key on.
I'm just saying, like, the yins are putting too much trust in the
You're putting
government.
too
The-
much
the
You're
thing-
trust in
giving
that
them
little. In that
The thing
little
is, Flock.
because what happens
Here's my question, Flock. Here's my
what
question,
happens
Flock.
when the go ahead.
Here's my question. If Donald Trump were to actually do all the scary things that Project 2025 says to do, honestly, an AR-15 isn't doing shit. You know
Nope.
why? Because he has a Predator drone. He has drones, he has tanks, he has a highly trained sniper that can take off my face from a mile away. What is an AR-15 gonna do?
Right. So I'm sorry, but you just do you not have faith in the people around you? Like if everybody had an AR-15, like if it really came to
This
that
is-
craziness, there's militias, there's a bunch of people that own pew-pews, that own these things that can get together and cause a lot of damage. Okay.
Let me ask you.
My neighbors
Let me
have
ask you one
some
more.
science.
Let me ask you one more question,
I
Flock.
definitely don't trust them.
Yeah, let me ask you one more question, Flock. Have we defeated the Taliban and Al Qaeda? Every time we went into battle, we've been able to defeat the Taliban and Al Qaeda, right?
I'm not sure if we completely defeated them.
Not completely defeated them, but every time we went into battle, were they able to stand a candle to us?
No, not really.
No. And you know what they have? They have AK-47s, basically the same thing as an AR-15.
Right.
And they get bodied every single time. What are we doing
Right,
against
but-
the military,
but
bro?
You're also going into a lot of poor areas with hardly no even infrastructure. These
Mm-hmm.
guys have been poor. They don't even have like not even a stitch of what somebody regular has in their house here.
I
So
got
you
you.
got-
But
you got- you got
my
tunnels
point
here?
is my bad, Mag, first. I'm gonna let you go right now. My
Sure.
point is, Flock, is that if there was really a dictatorship in the United States where they wanted to take away all the weapons and become a dictatorship, there was literally nothing we can do about it. Again, tanks, Predator drones, highly trained sniper rifles, and everything like that. We can't do anything about a dictatorship government because this is the strongest government in the United States. I mean, I said the United States. This is the strongest government and military in the entire planet. If they wanted to be dictators, they can just send off nukes to New York, LA,
No, they
Chicago,
wouldn't.
Houston, and
They
Miami.
wouldn't. No,
That's
they
all
can't
need to
do that. They can't do that. You think they want to be dictators over a pile of rubble? It has to be. It's going to be one on the ground. They're not going to destroy all the infrastructure in their whole country just to sit there at the end and say, "Oh, well, you know, we
Okay, so
won,
what are we
but we're
afraid
sitting
about?
on
Buy back the
ashes."
guns. So what are we afraid about? Go ahead and let them buy back the guns then.
No, they can still come to you knocking at your door. Don't. We searching your crib.
Mm-hmm.
It'd be a tactical team.
And there's nothing you can do about that.
Right,
That's
but
what I'm saying.
what happens is this is the word spreads. So the next town over, they hear about it coming. What are you talking about? You're saying we're just gonna all be like, yeah, we have
And monitor the
AR-15s,
airwaves.
and we have all these AR-15. Well, here you go. Here you
Bro.
go. Here's everything. Come search our house. Take
Bro,
our women and children.
I don't think you understand just how powerful our military is. They really can deploy the entire army across the United States tomorrow, and there's nothing we can do about it.
Right. But if they were to try, they're going to lose people. They're going to lose battles around the United States. It's not going to be as simple as you think, first of all. And half of the people, I mean,
Here's the thing, man. I'm not even against people having AR-15s. I'm not even people against having weapons. I have one. I could go ahead and clean my gun right now. I can go ahead and in my apartment. You know what I'm saying? Like I have a weapon myself. I'm not even against people owning those high-powered rifles. What I'm saying is that we need more regulation around them because not right now anybody could get them, and our country is oversaturated with them. We've had 400 school shootings, and the school year just started.
Right.
Like there's a problem, bro.
Yeah, there is an issue, but what if how many of those school pew-pewings is somebody that went to school and wasn't allowed to have one and didn't buy it? He stole it off of somebody that was allowed to have it, that did buy it, that was a good citizen.
None.
So
Either,
there's no one
their parents had it in the house or they bought them themselves.
Exactly. Their parents had in the house. Maybe their parents were regular people that are allowed to own the AR, and then the kid went in school. That's something wrong with the child. That's not nothing. They didn't do anything wrong.
Is this a plea for for us to have better mental health?
Oh, absolutely.
I agree with that.
We do need that, and I think we should have security at the school, whether or not it's a AR or whatever it is. There should be more security at schools.
So it's about security, not mental health.
It's about both of them.
Okay, so then why do the Republicans keep voting against mental health provisions?
I don't want to hear about voting for
No,
that.
dude, you can't have it both ways. You can't have it
Because
both ways. You have to be for
isn't just
something.
here. Do you want mental health coverage or not? Yes or no. They don't just say that's just the only thing in the bill. There's a whole bunch of other BS in every single bill that people don't agree with. But people will take and say they voted against this.
Like the clean border bill that they voted against?
Like HR2 that never passed?
HR2 was draconian at best.
Oh, okay. And we think that other border bill was
HR2
ridiculous.
was not. Hey, first of all, HR2 was not a clean bill. HR2 had all kinds of craziness in it.
Yeah, and so did the other border bill.
No, they brought it back through as a clean bill, and it failed on the House floor.
Well, the House people didn't agree to it.
Right, but because it was Trump that told them to not agree to it.
I know, and that's another crazy to me. That's another crazy thing to me. How is the Democrats and the people in power so weak that a private citizen is affecting the bills? Not only that, how do you get to say for 3 years I can watch 20 videos of them saying the border is secure, the border is secure, the border is secure, and then when they try, then now all of a sudden when it becomes an issue, when it's knocking at their front door, oh, we're gonna fix it. Oh, it's Trump's fault.
Well, they put in an executive order, and the border is more secure than it was in 2019 under Trump.
Right. And I mean, here's the problem that you actually did point out an actual real problem, Flag. How is that Trump has all this power and he's a private citizen? This is what makes MAGA so scary, because Republicans, instead of doing what they promised they're going to do for their own constituents, they would rather follow the whims of one guy. That makes it dangerous.
What aren't they doing for that they promised their constituents?
They promised their constituents that they were going to pass a clean border bill, that they were going to do everything that they can for the border, and the Democrats aren't doing anything. Once the Democrats came with a clean border bill that would have increased the wall, increased border patrol, everything that they wanted, they didn't pass it because Trump said no. You don't see that as a problem?
Yeah, I see that as a problem. Does that gonna stop me from voting for Trump? No, that just means the Democrats are weak to me. They're weak.
But the Republicans have the majority, man.
Yeah, that's a problem with Republicans, not Democrats.
They had the majority for the first 2 years of the presidency.
But
they didn't get rid of the tax cuts. They didn't get rid of the tariffs. They didn't get rid of all they got rid of was the border. They repealed all the border stuff. Yeah, they absolutely can.
We're talking about the border right now.
You're talking about the border right now, but the tax cuts are until 2025. You
can change it. The president has the power to change
legally. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
Yes, he does.
Who has the power of the purse?
Or did you just hear this?
Who has the power of the purse?
Did you look into this, or did you just hear that?
Who has the power of the purse?
Changed by an actual bill. You would have to go in there. You would have to have a bill that changes the tax policy. They did not have enough to get past the filibuster. How would they do it with 50? It was a 50-50 tie in Senate. How would they get past the Senate 50-50 tie to get to 60 votes? How? Flack, I'm asking you.
He wants to go Google something. I'm assuming, but yeah. Well, what I want to say, Flock, about that entire border issue is that's an issue with Republicans, not with Democrats, because Republicans were trying to pass it. I mean, Democrats were trying to pass it, but they need those votes from Republicans for it to not fail on the floor. It failed on the floor because Republicans voted against it, because Trump told them not to. That's not an issue of Democrats being weak. That's an issue of Republicans being weak. Republicans being brainwashed, actually.
No.
Yes. Listen, hold on. I'm gonna repeat that one more time. They had a border bill that would have increased funding for the wall, that would have had more border patrol. It didn't pass because it fell on the floor because Republicans voted against it. They voted against it because Trump told them no. That's not an issue of Democrats being weak. Hold on, wait. There's not an issue. That's not an issue of Democrats being weak. That's an issue of Republicans being brainwashed by one guy. That's their problem, not the Democrats.
So where did that bill start? Did it start in the Senate or the House?
Start in the House. Oh, I'm sorry, Senate.
Started in the Senate. The Senate approved it. It came down to the House. The House looked at it. Donald Trump didn't want it.
Right.
And that's why the House people didn't approve it, because Donald Trump.
Exactly. That's a problem with Republicans, not Democrats.
So if Donald Trump says, I don't want that border bill, and the House representative is looking at the border bill, he's like, you're right, this is shit. Now it's because of Donald Trump.
No,
how do
he
you know
did.
how do you know House Republicans didn't look at it, whether Donald Trump said he didn't want it or not, and say no, we're not approving this?
Because it was everything that they wanted.
No.
Yes,
they wanted
yes,
up
yes.
to 4,000. They wanted up to 4,000 immigrants a day.
Where is that in the bill?
That's what they wanted.
This was 5. So guess what Biden just did? 3,500 executive order. He did that.
Wow, he could have did that for the first 3 years of his presidency.
No,
They
he
didn't do
wanted
it till the
legislation
problem
because legislation
was
is law.
knocking
That
at their
means the next
door.
president can't just overturn it with the strike of a pen.
That's what they do. They didn't care about immigration
Every time he
until
does
it
an
was up
executive
north.
order, you guys
Till
say
it was
he's a
up
tyrant.
north knocking at their door. They didn't care about nobody rioting and burning down buildings until they started rioting at their
There it
door.
is.
Now
There's
it's
the racism.
the issue. I'm
waiting
far
for
from
it.
racist, brother. I'm far from racist.
All right. So why, if you're far from racist, why are you voting for someone who spread racist rhetoric against Haitians?
It's racist to say that they might be eating cats.
Yes.
That is ridiculous. It's crazy. You call it racist. I call it such an idiotic thing to say. It's racist to say
dehumanizing is what it
these
is.
immigrants might. So the immigrants don't eat any other weird animals that Americans don't eat. That's what you're telling me.
Your pets? No.
Cats, dogs, anything. Yeah.
Flack,
immigrants don't eat dogs.
Flack, do you know Haitians? Do you know any Haitians?
No, I don't know any Haitians.
Well, you do now because I am one.
Mm.
What Donald Trump said has been said about Haitians forever. Do you know back in 1920, the United States invaded Haiti? In 1920, the United States invaded Haiti in what's called the Black Vietnam. You can actually look that up. It's called the Black Vietnam because back in then, from 1920 to 1935, the United States invaded Haiti. So all your ideas about voodoo, about Haitians being unintelligent, et cetera, all those ideas that American society has about Haiti, it came from that time. And guess what they also said about Haitians when they were hungry over there? They said they ate cats. They said they ate dogs. When the American military went over and invaded Haiti, it was white Marines. Guess what they brought with them? This was 1920 America. And this has been said about Haitians since then. So yes, it has its roots and it is racist. So JD Vance
I'm
Trump.
still missing how it's racist. Were Haitians?
Right.
Do Haitians eat any other animal that's outside of the norm in America?
No.
Fish? No other animal.
No. Probably just goat.
Goat? Yeah, we eat goat here.
Yeah, you eat goat in America.
Yeah, not everywhere, but people do eat goat. Yeah.
Yeah. So no.
Let me just kind of ask you a question here real quick. When you were young, did you ever hear anything about like Asian food, about being cat?
Yeah.
Why do you think that is?
Because they eat cat.
Okay.
They do. Are you telling me they don't?
No, you're telling me that it was real.
I've seen Asian street markets. I've seen Asian street markets where there's dogs and
in the
cats.
United States. In the United States.
Not in the United States, no. I don't see it out in the open.
Okay, but do you understand why I said that what Donald Trump and JD Vance shared was racist, right?
No, I still don't see how it's racist. I mean, obviously there was something happening in Springfield.
We're gonna go through this again. Back in 1920, Marines invaded Haiti. We both know that back in 1920, the United States military was racist, correct? Very.
All right.
Okay, so they invaded a black country back in 1920, and they spread very, very false things about them. One of the things that they spread was that voodoo was demonic, and that Haitians eat dogs and cats.
Okay.
So what was that? What was those rumors motivated by? If it wasn't racism?
It was a lot of things. Racism probably mixed in there.
Racism probably mixed in there. Okay. What else?
Yeah. Just hate, just trying to make people fear them and give themselves an excuse to, not care about them.
Which is racism.
Well, I don't think that it didn't specifically, might not have been that. That doesn't have to be skin color. It could just be hate for another people, not based on skin, just for a fact that they're different.
It was racism, bro. All right, like my grandfather was part of the rebellion when they invaded Haiti. It was racism. The Marines invaded Haiti off of racism. Okay, so that statement that people are eating dogs and cats is 100% based on racist lies, and J.D. Vance spread it. So he spread racism.
So there was no type of rhetoric or rumors or talks of immigrants eating animals in Springfield, Ohio. It just never happened.
Nope.
No, there
no
was
rhetoric,
a rumor.
no talking about it at all.
Flock, yes, there was a rumor, Flock, and the rumor was racist.
It was started on Facebook by a woman who has been on TV on the national news saying, "I never thought it would go this far. I made it up. I thought it was funny."
Okay. All right.
So you see what I mean by that now, right? That it was racism. Great.
Right.
Now,
I also see that Trump didn't just make this up, that it originated somewhere. And it got to him.
Racist roots, right.
Right, but the news got to him that they were doing
1920. 1920. We invade Haiti. There's also a Triple K rally in Manhattan. Who was arrested right after that?
1920.
His father, Fred Trump, was arrested in 1920 after attending that Triple K rally in Lower Manhattan. What does that tell you?
Okay. Doesn't tell me anything because I honestly don't know if it's true or not.
That is 100% true.
Right.
It's in his roots. This goes back generations.
Right. So that's not going to convince. Talking like that's not going to convince me. No man's father.
I know it won't. I know it won't. It sounds like you're on board with it, but I'm just
saying if your father did something wrong, I'm not going to say that you're you're your father or it's in you because it's in your father.
You know what he did? You want to know what he did wrong?
What did he do wrong?
What he did wrong is that he refused to let black people rent from his buildings.
Right, and he was never found guilty of that. He settled.
No, he settled. It would have been found guilty.
When you settle, that means you're admitting guilt. You're just going to pay it off.
No, he actually did it without admitting guilt.
Yeah,
it's in the court case.
When you settle, instead of admitting guilt, you pay off what we're going to pay off for a lower amount. That's what settling means. That means that they have the evidence against you, but instead of being guilty and having a federal crime on you, you're going to go ahead and settle it and just pay it off.
So he settled it without an admission of guilt. It's in the paperwork. He made sure that was in there.
All settlements are without admission of guilt, bro.
Well, you get into the case files. This is something I've read myself. I mean,
if you
go ahead,
dude. It is such a cop out, though.
Here's the thing, Flock. The federal government, when they want to go arrest someone, they have a 99% conviction rate. They don't sue you without any evidence, without an airtight case. You understand that?
Right.
They're not going to arrest you. They're not going to sue you without it being an airtight case. So if they're going after,
they had an airtight case. They had an airtight case, and still, for some reason, he was allowed to settle instead of them finding him guilty.
You're still allowed to settle those.
All right. Okay.
Yeah. So he has a history of racism. So why should
I mean, I've looked into the case. There was people that said they never heard Trump say anything like that. People say, yeah, he told me this, he told me that. There's even people of color who lived in his buildings that were like, no, I got into the building. I never found it racist in here. Or Donald Trump was never racist to me. Do you think he's going to drop an M-bomb in the hallway of his building? I mean, what are you thinking here? Of course not.
Right.
But it said that he
friends
refused.
and confidants in private.
Refused. I mean, how many buildings
on the set of The Apprentice when Kwame won in the first season, and he is on tape dropping the N-bomb.
Where's the tape at?
Apparently, what's his name has it, the producer, and that's supposed to be our October surprise. Hopefully, we'll see it.
All right. Well, when it comes out, I'll talk to you about it.
But it's been rumored. A lot of people have seen it, and it's out there. So it may not come out until after the election, but it's out there.
Hey, I don't know.
And
There's a lot of people of color. There's a lot of people of color that loved him that said he was never racist. And they love Donald Trump.
That's great. People can say that they never saw any racism from him. That doesn't mean that he wasn't racist.
I know, but if someone's racist, I mean, where's his racist policies at? Where they at?
What he said
I mean,
about
this guy's a racist. You're like, he's racist. He does not like people of color. He's racist. Where's it coming out at?
He was trying to do a
Muslim ban. We have the Muslim ban. We have him wanting to spread qualified immunity for federal people. We have him saying that he was going to let police do a whole purge day. What else? The entire thing with opportunity zones. All it did was cause higher gentrification in these communities. He also re-signed contracts for private prisons. And private prisons have been known to target Black people.
Modern day slavery there.
Yeah, these are all things. I mean, if a Democrat did them, you'd be praising them.
Not a chance.
Nope.
Right is right, wrong is wrong. We don't. I'm not happy about the oil policy, but it's what's true.
Right. I mean, is Joe Biden racist? If he lets oil companies drill on native lands, is he racist?
He didn't.
Joe Biden has history of racism too.
He didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, Joe Biden has history of racism as well.
This racist ass Supreme Court didn't even let people do that. Thank God. That's what the Keystone XL got shut down over. Native lands.
No. I'm
Right,
32.
I'm gonna be on here for about 10 more minutes, but
I got a question for you, host. I got a question for you, host.
Sure.
You sitting there, you steadily calling Trump racist and all this. What about Kamala locking up innocent men and hiding evidence?
That was actually proven to be false.
That was Kamala. She hid evidence and held it until the Supreme Court made her produce it.
That's correct.
Don't try to say it wasn't, because know your facts beforehand. You can Google it. You can research it.
That's what aboutism. What about it?
So you're okay with that? Because that was
it was her personally, or was it somebody in her office?
Who said I was okay with it?
Well, it was her office, and her office also argued her office also argued that they need to keep people in prison because the labor's cheap.
Everybody pause. Because we're doing a whataboutism.
Doing what?
We're doing a whataboutism. Why are you bringing up Kamala?
Because you want to call Trump a racist, but you're not calling her racist, and that's racism.
No, I'm not calling Kamala. No, I'm not. You said me not calling Kamala a racist is
She's
racist.
not black. She's Indian.
She's black.
No, she's both.
No, she's not.
She's black.
She's both.
Candace Owens done debunked that.
What's her father? What's her father?
Done debunked
What's her father? What's her father?
What are you
Indian?
Her father's black.
He's Indian.
No, he's black.
You need to watch.
He's from
You need to
Jamaica.
watch Candace Owens.
Candace Owens is an idiot. Why would I watch Candace Owens? Candace Owens is a liar.
I mean, because we definitely went back to her.
Wait. You said you believe it just because it came from Candace Owens?
Candace Owens is a lot smarter than Kamala.
James. Do you believe it just because it came from Candace Owens?
Yeah, because she talked to her uncle.
Okay, no, she didn't. She did. Hold on, James. So you believe it just because it came from Candace Owens?
And her uncle said it.
Is the earth flat?
Kamala Harris' uncle said it.
Kamala Harris' uncle didn't say it. That's not her uncle. That was not Kamala Harris' uncle. Have you seen what Kamala Harris' dad? Have you seen him? He used to work for the University of Berkeley. Are you kidding me right now?
Bruh, you liberals are so slow.
Hold on, James. When Kamala came to the United States, when Kamala's father came to the United States, what did it say on his entry form? Did it say Indian or did it say black?
It don't matter what it said.
What did it say?
Because he is Indian.
What did it say?
He is Indian.
What did it say?
You heard what I said, bro.
What did it say? Did it say black or did it say Indian? No, it does matter. You know what? You know why it matters, James? Because when Kamala Harris' mother came, when Kamala Harris' mother came, her sheet said Indian, but her father's sheet didn't say that. What did her father's sheet say?
You liberals are blind.
What did her father's sheet say, James?
Like I said, it don't matter.
What did it say, James?
When did she ever claim black until now?
When she was a DA, she's the first black person a DA, and she
what does that mean going to a black university?
When she was a DA, when she was a DA, she said that she's the first black DA of Cali. When she went to Howard University, when she went to Howard University,
Everything she said,
she went to Howard
I am
University, when she
Indian.
went to
I
Howard
am East
University,
Indian.
when she went to Howard University, she Howard University is a black college, and she joined one of the first black sororities.
What does that mean?
Why would she
Anybody
do
can
that?
go
Why
to a
would
black
she do
college.
that? Why would she do that if she was not black? She's on video saying she's black.
Anybody
Back in
can go to a black
2006.
college. So
She's on
that-
video
that right
saying
there
she's
is-
black. She's on
that
video
right there-
saying she's black.
Now.
She's on video saying
Now.
she's black. She's on video saying she's
on
black.
video saying she's
on
East
video
Indian.
saying she's black back in 2006. What the fuck are you talking about?
She's on video saying she's East Indian. So what the fuck are you talking about? You
She's
trying to
black, you
on this
idiot.
Motherfucking internet when
Because
you
she's black, you idiot. She's on video saying that she is.
She's on video saying she's East Indian.
Because she's black and Indian. Her mother's Indian,
Nah,
her
shut
father's
that
black.
bullshit up.
Because her mother's Indian and her father is black.
Shut that
James,
bullshit
you gotta
up.
be the
Her
dumbest
mother is
person in this
Indian
to
and her
not know
father is black.
that people can do
You
two
just
things
said
at
that
once.
she's not black.
She's not black.
She
She
is.
don't
Her
claim
father
black
is.
until she don't claim black
Is her
until it's
father not
doing
black?
something for her.
Is her father not black?
She don't claim black until it's something until
Lie.
it's something.
That's a lie.
to
That's a
do
lie.
with black
That's a
university.
lie. That's a lie. That's a lie.
fact.
That's a lie.
fact.
That's a lie. No, that's a lie.
That's a fact.
That's a lie. That's a complete
Just
lie.
fucking blind.
James.
No, that's a complete lie. James,
Yeah, you
James,
look
hold on,
just-
James. You're saying that she's Indian because she's on video saying that she's Indian. So why isn't she black because she's on video saying she's black? What's the difference?
Come on, Jeopardy
You're
music.
saying that she's Indian because she's on video saying that she's Indian. She's also on video saying that she's black. So why is she not black and only Indian? What's the difference?
You're muted, James.
Yeah, exactly. Get the hell out of my life.
That was ugly.
Next. Michelle, how's it going?
Hi, how you doing today?
I'm all right. How you doing?
I'm okay. I just joined in and I was just hearing that guy questioning her race.
Yeah.
I'm tired.
Harris supporter, Michelle.
Yes, I am, definitely. All
Oh
the way.
God, I don't know if I could do another Trumpy in a row.
All the way. Oh no, baby. I've been Democrat I'm 39. I've been Democrat my whole life, okay? My whole family, okay? And guess what?
52
I'm in a
same.
poor Democratic state. I'm in Chicago, and you already know. But anyway, I'm tired of people questioning this woman's race.
Very tired.
I'm sick
That
of
is so. It's such a racist thing to begin with. I mean,
It is. And I feel like they only started to say these things because of what Trump said.
well, of course.
You know, and I'm like, oh, she's not black, she's Indian. First of all, she come from two parents, right? Last time I checked, it takes two to make a baby, right? Can somebody help me?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, she could claim she can support her Indian heritage and her black heritage. She come from two people, so that does not matter for real.
It's from the racist belief of white people that if you're not 100% of something, then you're not that thing.
You know what? They ain't got no business telling nobody who they is, first and foremost.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Because who the hell you got the right to tell somebody how to move through life and who they are when your front door is not swept? I'm sick of these
Right.
stupid ass people. I'm sorry, I don't want to cuss. I'm sorry. But
It's all
I'm
good.
just tired. I'm tired of it. Because this ignorance is just too much. Grow up, but you want to call yourself grown.
You know what's crazy is that we've barely spoke about policy. They've all just come up here and say that Kamala isn't black and that's it. Like, what I got to do with me voting for her or not? Like,
Exactly. I don't care
Well-
because guess what? When Hillary was running, I voted for her.
Yep. It's not exactly a winning argument for them to vote policy, though.
Right. The fact that she want to keep this country moving forward and not take it back. That's what I'm with. The fact that she's for everybody, that's what I'm with. You know what I mean? That's what it's about. Because everybody deserves to live life the way they want to and the way they should. You got people that want to become homeowners. You have people that want to go to school. You have people that need assistance. You know what I'm saying? And one of the things I'm tired of people talking about, the Trumpers or the MAGA, whatever they want to call themselves. Oh, yeah, but the Democrats always giving handouts to people and stuff like that. First of all, when somebody get government assistance, it's just to help them to get on their feet. It's not for the mistakes.
Those are the same people that say, oh, you just want to give handouts. They say, we need to fix what's at home before we give money to people overseas. They don't want to give money, period. They just want no taxes. That's all they want.
Exactly. Well, how about you help yourself? How about that?
Well, no, but the upstate, they need, like the hurricane goes through their states, their hands are out, It's just, it's the way it should be. That's what the federal government's for. It's to provide for all people in cases of whatever, to make sure that the common, common whatever is good. Common man or whatever.
And then they want to talk about how Joe Biden and Harris, how they took too long to go down there to help the people for the hurricane. First of all, they have to wait for clearance from the governor because it was already dangerous.
Well, they had it all preliminary set up. The 750 that everybody got right out of the gates, that was set up prior to the hurricane even making landfall. So they did everything they could possibly do. The governors all agree that they've done as much as they possibly could up to this point. And when the water recedes and they can get their vehicles in, then they go in. Trump going down there, you know what Trump did for his little photo op? He grounded all the helicopters in the area for 5 hours while his people were there. Because his big motorcade has to come in and all the air support has to come in, and they've shut down all the airspace in that region. Anytime a candidate's coming in, they had to shut down all the rescue attempts in that region for 5 hours while Trump made his little photo op.
And he was not supposed to go down
there. That is what it's all about for the Republicans. It's all about performative bullshit. Going up there and get a photo op. What did Joe Biden do? Joe Biden's done everything he possibly can as president, aside from going there and grounding all of their rescue efforts.
Exactly.
That's what he's done.
Joshua, I invited you up if you want to go ahead and discuss anything, because Joshua Eagle's been kind of complaining in the comments about stuff. So come on up if you want to go ahead and get the smoke. But my bad, guys. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I actually just on Friday I went to my sister's church, and they was just informing us about P2025 or whatever. Even though we already heard about it, but they informed us more, and I was just letting all my friends know and family know about it. And I mean, that stuff is just disgusting. It's ridiculous.
It's bold. They're being pretty bold this round.
Yeah, they're not even hiding it no more. That's what I told you. They're not even hiding it.
Yeah, because isn't like Florida, like the kids, I heard something about the kids is not learning about civil rights or something like that.
Yeah, AP African American Studies was taken out.
Yep. Anything related to basically anything related to Black people, honestly, is what it is. But it's African American Studies and civil rights has been taken out of the books. Like, so you don't learn about MLK.
Yeah. But it's not just only that, y'all. Like, our union jobs are affected. Medicare, the whole nine. Like, I'm going through the slide. It's ugly. Ugly. And me and my sister was just talking about, because both my parents are deceased, are no longer, here with us. And just imagine if this stuff was to take effect, how that would affect their Medicare.
I just can't fathom how people can still be for a party that has not been fiscally responsible, that has not been creating any real jobs, that has not done anything for the common person since Nixon.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, since I think since Reagan, it's been basically party of the rich.
100%.
Rich are getting rich and the poor are getting poor.
All right, this might be my last guess, y'all. All right, we'll see if Willie comes on up because I've been trying to invite Joshua. I've been trying to invite everybody who's been saying MAGA 2024 in the comments, but no one wants to come up. So, all right, Willie, you there?
Say yes. Yes.
All right, how you doing, Willie?
I'm good.
All right, any political affiliation?
I didn't. What'd you say?
I said, do you have any political affiliation?
I guess not, but I'm for Kamala Harris.
Oh, okay. I was going to ask you next if you think I should vote for Trump. All right, but yeah, for Kamala Harris. Hey, it's all Kamala Harris supporters here. Now, this is a thing. I'm more here and there with Kamala Harris. I mean, is it Kamala or Kamala?
Kamala.
Kamala. Comala. Kamala.
It's Kamala. Yeah, I'm kind of here and there for her. But like I lean.
Yeah, it's pronounced Kamala.
Kamala, gotcha. Yeah, so like I think I'm gonna vote for her, but I'm still like that. But what do you guys when it comes to I think my main criticism of her is really her lukewarm take on Israel and the entire thing that she did in California with the truancy, like arresting the parents for truancy. Now I know that she wasn't arresting like people who missed like one day. She was arresting parents of kids who missed like 100. You know what I mean? I understand that, but I don't think that actually helped out families. What would you guys say to that?
What's her take on that now?
Her take on that now is that I think she said that she could have done a better job, which I give her credit for. But like that's one of the reasons I'm kind of with her. What do you guys think?
Well, to be honest, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you can go ahead. Absolutely, go ahead.
Okay, I'm not too familiar with that case, with that part, so I'm not going to say anything on it because I have to do more research about that.
Yeah, gotcha. What about you, Willie?
I must say I don't agree with it myself, but I think that if she said that she could have done it better, then that's the right path. Because nobody had done it to that point. Nobody really had tried that before, and trying that and failing. I think that if she says that she won't do that again, that's a good thing.
Gotcha. What about you, Willie?
Well, now my position on that, I won't get into what happened in California, but I'll just look at the situation between who she's running against and what he stands for and what she stands for. I find it hard to vote for somebody that almost every time they speak something, they tell a lie. So I know she has a shortcoming, but I think at the end of the day, I think she's better for us as a whole. I agree. I definitely agree. Well,
yeah, I agree. That's why I'm leaning way more towards her. You know what I'm saying? Now, the entire thing with Israel, I don't want us to get into it here because I don't want to get the live taken down. But like, I do have some issues there with her. But I do think she'll be better for that situation than Trump will be. Like, definitely.
On your side, are you thinking that she's too capitulatory with Israel?
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I don't like that at all because I don't agree with what they're doing. I think it's leading towards what happened to them. If you guys know what I'm talking about, you know
I would say that in her
position. But I do think that at least she said ceasefire.
Yeah. Well, in her position, she the most she could do is pretty much that, and then she also didn't attend when he came to speak. Bibi.
Gotcha.
When he came and spoke to the Senate, she didn't attend.
Understood. TGJ, welcome to the stage. I know you're another friendly. We don't have a lot of. I think we ran off all the ops. I think we ran them off. But TGJ, go ahead and I think you're a Kamala supporter as well. Did you want to correct me on something or?
I had a question for you. What was your last question?
Oh, it was about like my last question was basically the reason why I'm leaning towards more towards Kamala than Trump, definitely. But the reason why I'm kind of like iffy with her is because like her policy in California about truancy, I think that didn't help black families at all, which is I didn't like that. And also her her position on the Israel-Gaza situation is lukewarm to me. She seems too capitulatory. And I just want to know what you guys think about that. And am I missing any information that I should have?
I think she addressed those two issues. My question for you is, so you think that it's comparable between her and Trump?
Oh, no, not at all. Not at all. Like,
so you would either not vote for her or not vote at all? I'm trying to figure out.
Exactly. Because like I was unsure about voting for her, mostly because of the Israel-Gaza situation. I was unsure, but now every day I'm coming more and more sure that I'm going to vote for her because this fucking guy. You know what I mean?
Right. Because no vote is a vote for him.
Exactly. Exactly.
Things that you are concerned with, I only recommend that you do more research and see to find out more of her views and her stance on those issues to make you more comfortable in making the best decision for you. And that would be either not vote at all or vote for her. That's not an option not to vote. From coming from what might be too. It's one of you, but it could be, a million of you who decide that, which could then lead the election the wrong way.
Exactly. No, I completely understood. I understand that. That's why I'm like, every day I'm thinking, yeah, I'm gonna vote for her because even if I disagree with something that, one of her foreign policy decisions or disagree with something that she did like 10 years ago, that's still not gonna be a good enough reason for me to let this guy in. Is that what I'm saying? So
exactly. I did notice that a lot of people have, and I'm not talking about MAGA or the Republicans because what they don't think that we do know is not about policy. And I'll explain when I say that. It's not about policy, it's not about economics. One in which is because they don't know policy. They don't know his policy. He has no policy. They don't know nothing about economics. They come on, I'm new to this platform. However, I made it my business to follow and go into each of these lives and spend a lot of time doing it on my free time. And it's a pattern. They all mimic the same things. They so repetitive that they're repeating things that don't exist anymore.
Yeah.
For one, gas prices went down. You can't contribute that to now. There were times, and it goes safe to say, they don't know that some of the things that they're experiencing is related to your state. I can go into all of that, but that's for them to figure it out. But I just want you to make the right decision. And everybody have questions. Some of her immediate policies that she laid out immediately doesn't affect me. I own a home. All of those things don't affect. It's not about me though. It's about Americans. See, and this is one of many reasons why I don't approve of him. He isolates people.
Right.
Every time he runs for president, he picks a different demographic, another different race where he want to target and tell people they should be scared. They taking your jobs. They doing these things. And I know those dog whistles. I'm not going to get into that either. I actually just came on here to say because I wanted to know. I didn't hear your question. I was so busy in the chat responding to some of the hot mess. So I do think you should look more into it. Now, people make decisions and grow, right? You do know that, right? Her position 10 years ago might not be the same now. That's the whole point of growth. If we can grow as individuals, why would that suggest that she can't? Exactly. The point of a politician is to cater to the American people needs. So if they had a stance 1 minute and she listened to what we said, why is she condemned for that?
That's
positions change because things change. You learn more, you do better. Education and knowledge is very important. So I don't deem her for that. What I expect, just like you, is to know her current stance and why she made the decision currently to change what she first thought about it. Growth is what we look for. and within ourselves, within our family, within our workplace, and why not our president?
That's fair. That's
Yeah.
completely fair.
So,
I'm sorry.
That's basically really only thing I had to say. I know you're getting ready to go off the air, but it was great. Thank you for, bringing me up. And I hope you give it some more thought and some more research and you come up with the best decision.
I got you. Now, I do appreciate that. Like, and I'm gonna tell you the truth. I'm like 95% sure I'm gonna be voting for Kamala. About 95% sure. That the other 5% is really more on the foreign policy side. I want to see what she's doing with that. But the fact that she's called for a ceasefire, now I'm like, okay, I think I'm gonna vote for her. I'm just about there. But just like you said, I'm gonna do a little research on that. You did give me more information. I do appreciate that. I appreciate you coming up. Thank you.
Absolutely. And her policy is on her website, so you can view all of that on her website. So it might not probably give you all the answers, but at least you will know a little bit more about what she stands on foreign policy as a whole.
Gotcha. I got one more question from you.
Yes.
New York or Boston?
I'm sorry?
New York or Boston?
New York.
There it is.
My accent is too strong.
Brooklyn, Queens, Staten, or Harlem.
Brooklyn. I'm in North Carolina right now.
That's where my cousins is from. That's how I knew it was from somewhere from up there. My cousins from Brooklyn.
Oh, okay.
But I do appreciate you though. I do appreciate you though, and thank you. If you want to stay up, you can stay up because I got about 30 more minutes. I want to get to Wines. Wines, that's your name, correct?
Wednesday.
There we go. Wins. All right, Wins. So you have any political affiliation?
Yes, I'm voting for Kamala Harris.
You also a Kamala supporter. Okay, just give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Ivorian, you there?
Yes, sir. How we doing, my guy?
All right. How about you? Any political affiliation?
I'm an independent, but I'm voting for Kamala.
You're voting for Kamala. Okay, we got all Kamala supporters up here.
Where the Trump's at? Where the Trump was at? That's in the down there in the chat. Come on up.
I'm liking these odds.
I invited them. You know.
They don't know policy. So when you start talking policy, all they want to do is talk hate and race. They don't want to do they get embarrassed after a while and just start running away. And when you say that's not a policy, they get quiet and then they leave. But keep up the good work. I'll just mute while you accepting people.
Not a problem. All right, I got Broker and I got Sean. Broker, any political affiliation?
Democrat.
I'm sorry, was that Sean?
Hey guys, what's up? How's everybody doing?
How you doing, Sean? Sean, any affiliation?
I'm with Trump.
You're with Trump. Okay. Gotcha. You're with Trump. Gotcha. Okay, Sean, mute for me real quick. I didn't hear Broker. Broker, you said you're a Democrat?
Yeah.
All right. So you're voting for Kamala as well?
Yes.
All right. So we got all Kamala supporters up here. Broker is the only Trump supporter. Try not to jump him, you guys. Try. All right. Try not to jump him. All right. So Sean, why should I vote for Trump?
Okay. Well, this is the first time I've ever done this. So, are you a Trump supporter?
I am not.
Or a Harris supporter? Okay. So I'm going with Trump for several reasons. One being, I am very concerned about the censorship that is going on. I'm worried about the Second Amendment. I see a lot of everywhere I go. Everybody wants to vote, is talking about Trump and how bad he is, and that's led me to have to do my own research. And it's very concerning that we've got George Soros attempting to buy talk radio stations to try to silence the conservative voice.
Okay, can we stop there? Can we do these?
Let's do a quick pause. Let's hit a quick pause.
Okay. Let me
let you go. Let's hit a quick pause. All right. I know. Sean, give me a quick pause. I know Shauna is also a Trump supporter. Shauna, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, and you're a Trump supporter as well, right?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay, try not to jump her, guys. All right, so for Sean,
Jump me all you want. I like it. Jump me. I will prove you.
Wait.
Listen,
So
hold on.
I don't.
Sorry, go ahead, Sean.
Look. Hello, are you guys there?
We're there. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So, and you know what? I appreciate you letting me speak. That means so much to me, guys, because honestly, I would have thought you guys would have censored me by now for speaking against you. So yeah, I'm voting for Trump because censorship. I'm very concerned that it's more about censorship with the left. We will lose our nation completely. I mean, could you imagine? Oh, and also, I everything Kamala says, she does want to ban fracking. She does want to ban it. Those are her words. Come straight out. Those words come straight out of her mouth.
Did she ban?
She wants. Hold on. And now she wants to say that she doesn't want to ban fracking. Let's go with the next item.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm gonna throw a lot at you guys. Okay.
I'm just talking real quick.
It's easier for one topic at a time.
Yeah.
Because for rambling on, we can't address that.
So first of all, if I were to say to you guys, Kamala wants to ban fracking, you guys, everybody would agree with it.
No.
If she also says she doesn't want to ban fracking, you guys would also agree with it.
All right, Sean, pause
okay, go ahead.
Could you please mute my video because my dogs are freaking out right now?
Okay, so I'm gonna just address that a little bit. I'm gonna just address that a little bit. One in which is okay. You said that she said that she won't, and she said that she will. She's been in office for how long?
0 days.
I'm sorry. What's going on? Oh, okay. All right. So she's been in office for 4 years. All right. So
her or the administration promote a bill of any kind to ban fracking?
Okay. Are you saying you're good with her
I'm
banning
asking you
fracking
that.
or not?
It's a question.
I can't figure out what she believes in.
No. I'm asking you a question. Is it yes or no?
Did she support a bill to ban fracking?
Yes. Since she's been in office. Since she said it in 2020, she's currently now. Wait a minute, Sean.
You tell me. I don't know.
I don't know.
Sean,
I'm still talking. Okay, so.
All right. Yeah, what did she do? I don't know.
Impulse control, hon. Impulse control. Let me finish my thought and you can respond. Okay.
Oh, I'm just letting you know I don't know.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. You don't know. How did you not know? Okay, let me give you a hint. For all of MAGA Republicans, you do know you could go on Congress.org and find out who your candidates and other bills is up there. All the bills are up there. You can click on it, see who voted for what and who didn't vote for this. And that is like, wow. I mean, you can like see that. So I recommend that you do that because education is fundamental. So let's move on from that now, since you don't know. What's your next?
Okay. So my question to you is,
you would know if it was banned. You would know that.
Okay. So my question to you is, has she said that she will ban fracking or not?
Regardless of what she said, she wasn't in office then. She's in office now. My question still stands. My question still stands. Did she ban fracking?
Did she say or did she not say she would ban fracking?
I'm gonna let this go because all you want to do. This is what you want to do. I personally, I'm not gonna do it.
Can I say something real quick?
I'm not gonna do it.
I'm asking you a simple question.
You want to be petty, and I thought we were going to talk about policy. You want to be petty, and I want to talk policy. So until somebody else can answer you, because I'm not.
Everybody pause real quick. I'm sorry. Everybody pause real quick. Pause real quick. All right, Sean. Pause me for real quick because I know other people want to talk. I do want to get Shauna's position. Sean, as far as you, I have censorship or whatever and Kamala wants to ban fracking, and you want to know if she has said to ban fracking. Like TJ has said already, that's kind of petty because even if she said it back then, that's not the case right now. So what the point of trying to bring up, we're not understanding the point. But before you go, before you respond to me, I want Broker to go ahead and talk, and I haven't gotten Shauna's positions yet. So Broker, go ahead. What did you want to ask?
What I'll say real quick is to answer Sean's question directly, that in 2019, right? She's never run on it in 2020, 2024. In office, she's never advocated for a bill of that type. And I want to remind you, if we're bringing up the past, what about JD Vance, who said Trump would be America's next, German leader, right? What about about Trump, who was a former Democrat and gave money to Kamala and other Democratic campaigns? What about Trump, who supports?
That's a good pivot. That's a beautiful pivot. Good job.
No, I'm making I'm making an example because your logic is that we should bring up what these people say decades ago, years ago, and ago or a few decades ago doesn't relate to what they're advocating for or fighting for today.
So what you're saying is, let me make sure I understand you clearly. We cannot hold them accountable for what they say. Is that what you're saying? I just want to make sure that's your stance. I'm clarifying.
It's about what they do.
It's about what they do.
I'm asking you, you cannot hold them accountable.
I'm sorry. I said I wasn't going to talk to you about it no more. I'm going to keep my promise.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Okay. Anyway, that's not even what I'm really concerned about. I just wish you would stop flip-flopping. So, all right, censorship. George
Hold
Soros.
on. Before you get into that, Sean, we're going to answer the whole flip-flopping thing because honestly, just like how TTJ already said, I find the entire flip-flopping issue to be kind of petty because it's something that politicians always do. So, like, if it's a real concern, we'll get into that. But I do want to get Shauna's positions before we move on because you two are the only Trump supporters on the stage right now. Shauna, if your dogs aren't, going crazy anymore, go ahead and unmute. Let us know your positions and why you think I should vote for Trump. Just give us 1 second, Sean. I promise we'll get back to you. Sean, are you there?
I'm still here. I get it. You want to attack and say it's petty, but you asked me.
It's not about your feelings, Sean. Come on.
Okay, I'm just saying Western to make it clear. I'm just saying Western. All right, Western. Pause real quick. Shauna, if you're still there, Shauna, go ahead and talk to us. You can unmute now. Still there, Shauna?
Are you talking to me?
No, not you, Western.
Oh, okay.
You got to send her request to unmute. She's in the chat saying that she's muted.
I'm here. All right, there you are, Shauna. Now you are a Trump supporter. Go ahead and tell us why you think I should not just us, but the rest of the Kamala supporters. Why you think I should vote for Trump?
Okay, so first off, I'm a 51-year-old American born and raised in Washington State, and I was raised a Democrat.
Guys, I'll be right back.
I was raised a Democrat.
What happened?
So I was raised a Democrat, and I was also raised in a gay and lesbian household. So of which me and my whole entire family have turned. We voted for Obama. We still love Obama, but we can't stand Kamala Harris only because of what she's doing to the American people by not helping those suffering from the hurricane. And we all know the government has not stepped in to help because the people that are living in that area have been pushing out. Okay, I'm trying to speak, people.
I know. I'm trying to talk. Okay, go ahead and let Shauna go ahead and finish what she's saying, and then we'll go ahead and respond. I know the thing with the hurricanes is kind of triggering. Like I get it, but let's.
Yeah. And I would also like to add that my cousin was murdered by an illegal.
Okay.
My baby cousin was murdered by an illegal that was here and was sent back 3 different times and brought right back and let back into our country. So my baby cousin, who's a police officer, was murdered by an illegal. And that right there is what turned me from a Democrat to a Republican, because the Democrats are not taking care of the American people. Our military our police officers, our
This isn't
people.
true. No.
No, yes, it is true.
It's
And if
not
you want
true.
to argue with me, little girl, we'll argue about it.
We don't have
You
to
do
argue.
not
You
have
can
a
go
family
onto the
member
website
murdered by
and
a
read the
fucking
bills.
illegal in this country.
You can
Now
go read the
listen,
bills.
I am speaking right now, bitch. Shut your mouth.
Oh, you ain't got to
Shut
call
your
somebody out their
goddamn
name,
mouth.
girl. What's wrong with you?
We're not gonna do
Because
that.
you're a goddamn terrorist. Anybody.
Everybody be quiet for a second.
Wrong.
Let's be quiet for a second. We're not gonna do that. Shauna, that's your first warning. Do not insult anybody like that again. Do not do that. All right? Because if they were to cuss your ass out, you won't like it. If you want to respect you as a 51-year-old woman, respect us. Please do not do that.
Hey guys, sorry about that. I'm back.
Not a problem. Not a problem. All right, so
You were sorting us.
Shauna, I'm gonna give you one chance. Go ahead and apologize for using that word. Do not call anybody out their name on my stage. Please do not do that because you could get me taken down, and I don't want people disrespected on my stage. So go ahead and apologize, please, and then we'll let you keep talking. If you don't, I'm gonna have to drop.
Bye.
All
I'm
right.
out of here. I'm out.
All right, peace out. Let's go ahead and address what she said about the hurricane victims. That's not Kamala's responsibility. That's the responsibility of the state government. They're the ones who didn't take the FEMA money. It's their fucking fault. Next thing, not taking care of the American people because her cousin was unfortunately murdered by an illegal immigrant. That has nothing to do with Kamala either. And if you're gonna say that the Democrats are not taking care of the American people, it's Republicans who always say that they don't want to fund homelessness. They don't want to fund things to take care of homelessness. They don't want to fund more shelters for homelessness or fix homelessness. They make homelessness actually illegal in the country by more, hostile territory or taking them off the streets or saying that they can't sleep in certain places. There are a lot of homeless people who are vets. So it's the Republicans who are not taking care of our vets, not the Democrats. I do apologize for whoever she assaulted like that.
TTJ, sorry about that. She was out of pocket with that. That
I'm
was
fine.
that was
Listen.
Yeah, that's why
I already know where their level is at. I already know. I wouldn't even stoop to her level. That's low. However, I'm not offended at all because I would only be offended if that was me. So it passed right over my head. This is what they do. This is becoming a norm when they come and they make up stuff in their mind. So when I ask you, where did you hear this from? Where did you get this information? They can't provide it. They go, but I know. You mad because I say, well, you can find out the facts yourself by going on the FEMA website. You don't know that the money, Congress didn't sign a new bill extending for more money. They don't know none of that. They don't know how policy works. So am I offended? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. How could I be offended with the uneducated?
I feel you, TJ, but still gotta check them though. You know what I'm saying? Like when they come ignorant and disrespecting us, they still.
I'm from Brooklyn, New York, girl. I know how to do it, but
Chicago.
That's not.
You already know how Chicago is.
I don't have to make my point.
Right.
At times you don't have to stoop to their level to make the point. I'm already enjoying it. All the lives that I watch, all the uneducated on policy, and they want to talk politics and economics. I'm already singing my grace. So offended by what? How can I get mad? They the one mad.
Yeah.
So Michelle paid on mine.
Yeah, don't want to cussing you on. I was like, okay, I'm not. We're not gonna do that.
Yeah, that was
to what she said though.
My bad.
So to what she said, you did a good job of what you were saying. Also, they want to see some PR photo op crap. Like Trump went down there and got a picture taken, on the hurricane site. What they don't realize is that, like when Trump was down there, he grounded all flights for 5 hours, so no rescue missions could be done while Trump was down there getting his little picture taken.
Yep, he added more to the disaster that was going on.
Biden knows better than to go down there right now and cause a big problem and having all the rescue efforts grounded. He'll go down there when it's necessary.
And not even
but it's not necessary that a president go down there and take care of it, just like it's not necessary that you go to the border to implement border policy. Yeah. It's not necessary. It's a photo op.
People need resources right now, and when they go down there, they're gonna take all the attention off the disaster that's going on, and they're gonna get all the attention, and that's not supposed to happen like that. And it's not even that. It's like the misinformation that's going on over there. Like The Joe Biden administration literally checked on every state. Governors had come out and literally announced on TV, yes, they have checked. They have literally handled this situation the best that they can. And then the $750, please, people, like, we got to educate ourselves. I feel like people don't remember civic class, which is very annoying to me because like they don't know how checks and balances work in our government. And right now, majority of the House right now is Republican. Congress is literally run by Republicans. So every bill that's passing right now, that's $750 is MAGA that literally voted for that. Right?
Well, that's just a little bridge to get them through until they can be evaluated for what they actually get.
Exactly. That's literally what it is.
My bad. We do have one more person up. Bernie, you there?
Hi, thanks for having me. Won't stay long. I'm the person that she called out of her name, and I want to apologize to you for that. No woman should ever be called out of their name, especially by another woman. But I did want to respond to two things she said. Someone touched on it. It was regarding the Biden administration's response to hurricanes. Governors from those states have come out immediately as Donald Trump told his lie and said that the president has been very accessible to them. Governor Kemp just said when Trump called, he missed his call and he immediately returned his call. Biden has offered them all of the assistance and aid that they need. And further to that, himself has brought in supplies to these states, and it has just been revealed that Donald Trump did not bring in these supplies from his campaign money. Actually, the supplies coming in from Samaritan Purse, an NGO that goes all over the world, including the country where I was born in 2019 when we were hit by Hurricane Dorian, and brings in supplies, not just supplies, but predominantly medical aid. And then the next thing I would like to address is this notion that when an undocumented person that commits a crime is taken out of the country, that somehow Kamala or a Democrat administration goes and brings them back in. I would like to know what that looks like, because what the government can do is deport the person. These people will find other means in which to sneak into the country, and as soon as that is made, government is aware of that and can get their hands back on them. As she stated for herself, these people have been deported 3-4 times, and what happens is they keep coming back. But how do you say that Kamala goes and bring them into the country? This all comes from the lie that Kamala was some type of czar border, which she never was. First of all, we don't have czars in America. Second of all, and most importantly of all, she was never tasked with securing the border. She was tasked with going to the Northern Triangle and try to understand the root cause of migration, which is exactly what she did. And understanding that, she was able to get companies like Nestle to go and use those companies' resources to produce goods like coffee, chocolate, which provided jobs for the citizens, plus again, addressing the root cause of them migrating, which meant that migration from those countries slowed down. One big one that people tend to forget is El Salvador. El Salvador was once the most violent capital of the world. And when they got a president that rounded up all of the gangs and put them in jail in a supermax prison, that country is now seen as the safest country in the world, where you have migrants from El Salvador living in America who are voluntarily returned back to their country because the root cause of their migration from their country was the violent gangs.
Right.
I'm not feeling well. I just wanted to really say something what she was saying. I'm just going to go ahead and drop. Thanks for having me.
We appreciate you, Bernie. Thank you very much, Bernie. We appreciate that very much. And no disrespect, no calling nobody out of their name on my stage. Yeah, I don't do that. Now only I can do that. That's only if you show my face. You know what I mean? But any of my guests, you're not doing that. But I do appreciate you all being here. Ivorian, I see that you were chatting with Joshua in the chat. Listen, bro, I invited him up several times. He's still not coming up. I think he's afraid of the smoke. And
he is, because he in the chat calling me all kind of BITs and all kind of things, and I'm like, I'm saying, come up. I invited him up. Why are you not coming up?
All right, there's Andrew. Andrew's coming up right now. We do gotta get back to Sean, but let's go ahead and get Andrew's positions
I'm here.
first.
Hey, what's up?
I'm all right, Andrew. You think I should vote for Trump?
Yeah, we're good. Yo,
All right,
Trump
great.
wants lower taxes, and you see Walls. He wants to raise taxes in Minnesota, doesn't he?
He
And
has
he
the
let
lowest
Minnesota
taxes
burn.
in his state.
He does too.
Okay,
he
he
has
does
the
too.
lowest taxes in his state.
You don't think a senator in his own state can raise taxes? Then you're mistaken.
No, the
And
fact
guess
are,
who's
he
the
has the
dividing?
lowest
Guess who's the dividing tax owner, which is Kamala.
He
That's
has the
that
lowest taxes.
That's the one
I need
separating
you to
vote.
rephrase your first
That's
statement.
that one separating vote is Kamala, and she does it every time.
Okay, I have a question for you, Andrew. Andrew, and then I'm gonna let everybody else talk to you.
What is it?
Why did you feel? Why did you feel the need to call me out my name and down me in the chat?
Why are you getting so
Should
personal?
not be
I'm
tolerated.
just talking policy. Now
That's
you're getting
not
personal.
policy.
That's why you don't like Trump, because you get so personal with him.
You just called me out my name, and I asked you why.
I asked you why. Why you called me out on that? Give me some
called you out
policy.
on calling
Give me
me
some
a
policy. You're getting personal. You're getting
Andrew, she
personal
didn't call.
and fucked up.
Hold on, Andrew. She didn't call you out your name. You don't call out her name first, bro.
You don't want to call out her name.
I don't think I did. I never did.
Yes, you did, bro.
You know he did.
All right.
Anyway,
all right.
again,
All right, so Andrew,
I'm
let's-
close to ignorance. They could go on.
Gotcha. Okay, Andrew, you said Trump wants lower taxes. You said something about Waltz. I don't care about Waltz, but what Trump wants lower taxes and what else? Why should I vote for Trump? What else?
Why not? Because he keeps us safe, man.
Keeps us safe.
Yeah,
Okay.
these, I think like 14,000 killers.
Watch the TikTok language, please. All right, so Trump keeps us safe and he wants lower taxes because of the entire border. Hold on, Sean. Hold on, Sean. Hold on, Sean. Hold on.
God, he did it again.
Give us a second. Anyway, when it comes to Trump keeping us safe with the whole border thing, how does he keep us safe? How does he keep us safe when it's mostly citizens who commit these heinous crimes? It's mostly citizens who commit those crimes. Shouldn't we focus on citizens committing crimes instead of the undocumented immigrants? Most migrants don't commit crimes anyway. Most migrants go out and work.
Or can we focus on the fact that crime rates have dropped precipitously since Biden took office?
Yeah, because crime is tied to poverty, and once poverty rate goes down, usually the crime rate goes down. So shouldn't we be focusing on that, Andrew, instead of scary brown people from the border?
And isn't that keeping us safe?
I mean, Kamala said that she wants to go ahead and give us the child tax credit, which could raise people out of poverty, and wouldn't poverty lower that crime and have us not worry about that anymore? Also, shouldn't we do what Kamala did for the Northern Triangle and to try to figure out why are people leaving their countries? Because if you figure that out, that means less people will come into the country, right? You there, Andrew?
Are you yelling at a phone that's muted, Andrew?
You don't know how to mute. Unmute.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know how to unmute. Okay, I'll send him an invite to unmute. Go ahead and unmute yourself now, Andrew.
Ice. It's ICE. So ICE. They disqualified ICE from arresting anybody.
No, they didn't.
Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
And Kamala, they put kids in penitentiary for being late to school truancy. Do you know what she's doing to people? Do you know how bad she rules that iron fist?
Okay, Andrew, that policy was like 10 years ago. Hold on, before anyone else goes, I know I'm sorry, was it Window or Wins? I'm sorry. Wins, I know she wanted to reply to Andrew.
She's like
Wins,
a bad
hold on,
teacher.
Andrew. Andrew, be quiet for a second. Wins wants to respond to you.
I sure
go
will.
Ahead. Go ahead,
Sure
Wins.
live, brother.
Go ahead, Wins.
When did they stop ICE from arresting people?
ICE. They did a long time ago, and they're murdering people. They're driving around with no licenses, no tags on their car. I got to get my tags.
Why are you running off the meal?
That's not happening.
That's not happening at all.
It is too.
No, it's not.
Propaganda.
You guys have no impulse control.
My God, they're getting $10,000 a month.
No, they're not.
That's propaganda used to
$150 billion a
radicalize
year.
them.
You know it.
No, they're not.
Yeah, they're getting 25,000. They're getting 30,000.
Laugh all you want. The more you laugh, the more I know it's true.
We are laughing at you.
Yeah, we are laughing. Andrew, you're saying that the migrants are getting $10,000 a month. Okay, I have family members who are migrants. They're not getting any money, bro. What you talking about?
My wife's parents are.
Dude, they're killing people, brother.
They're not getting any money.
Andrew, what are
Andrew.
Americans
are killing people? You angry about that?
Everyday citizens are doing this
I got
on a
a
daily
PPP
basis,
loan.
right?
They're driving without a license and hammering people.
Andrew, are you trolling us right now? Hold on, everybody. Because Andrew sounds like basically a caricature of a conservative. Are you trolling us right now, Andrew? Please tell us
you
you're
want,
trolling.
dude. In your little tiny brain, think what you want.
Okay, Andrew, do you really think people are driving around with no tags on their licenses?
Man. And I know in Colorado they took over those apartment buildings.
Oh yeah, he's trolling us.
Andrew.
Yeah, he's trolling us.
I'm not trolling nobody.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop him. Yeah, he's trolling us.
If you drop me, then that's your bad.
Don't drop him. Don't drop him. Let him debate.
Before you drop
Hello, folks.
Before you,
Let
no,
him
Sean,
debate.
Sean, hold on.
Hey,
Sean, hold on.
Can you cite these sources that you're claiming? Cite your claims.
Andrew,
Not just make information. Cite your claims.
Everybody pause. Everybody pause. Shh. Everybody pause. Andrew. Everybody pause. Wins is speaking one at a time. Wins, go ahead.
Change my mind.
Andrew, why are you yelling? That's all I want to know. Why are you yelling and just spurting out all this stuff? Can you calm down just a tad? Like you just seem way over the top right now.
All right, I know Wins, you wanted to respond to a lot of things that he said, but go ahead, Wins.
So the thing about Kamala and the truancy program, that's a necessary thing that needs to be done, because when she looked at it, the criminal activity in her area was very high, and that came because of the root cause was a lot of kids were not going and were not meeting the school standards. So you put a program in place to hold them, not only them, but their parents accountable to get those kids in school, so maybe they can continue their education, not drop out, and not become involved in criminal activity. I don't know why is this such a new thing, because in the 90s, we had a truancy program at my school, and yes, parents were getting arrested. She did not arrest Sherry and said, oh yeah, we're gonna just, make this thing become a very big issue, but it is a needed program for truancy.
I do appreciate that, Wins. Thank you for that information. That's something I didn't know that I criticized her for, and now I got more information. I do appreciate
and that's why
that.
I really came in, because you said that, and that was my question from the beginning, and he just brought it back up. But that's what the truancy program is about, and we had ours in the 90s.
That's what it was about. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, so now I'm really on the Kamala train now. I just want to do one more thing. This is towards the comments. Joshua, I don't want to call you out your name, but you're saying some very stupid shit. Listen, I'm Haitian, okay? I am Haitian. My grandmother was a Vodou Haitian practitioner. You are not required to eat the meat of the animals you sacrifice. That's not how it works. That is not how it works, my guy. All right. And the animals that they do sacrifice are usually chickens and goats, and they sacrifice them to certain gods in certain areas for a certain reason. You just don't sacrifice an animal and eat the meat. That's not how it works, my guy. Learn how other religions work and stop believing in white supremacist propaganda about African religions. Thank you very much. Now let's go ahead and fade it. I know that you just came up. I had to mute you because you're back.
I was just gonna say that all those claims. Can you hear me?
I hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, all
Sean,
those claims are basically claims made by grifters used to incite and radicalize the public. Like you were saying before, it's mainly propaganda. Like the whole cats and dogs thing is mainly it's like I wouldn't say a dog whistle, but it's speaking to people who are, easily radicalized and already, are on that fence of being a bigot or racist. So when you hear those type of things, they're already easily excited about those type of things. So yeah, I just think that we should, if we're going to be making claims like that, let's cite our sources and like really have a fair debate. Let's not just make claims like, oh, they're riding around with no tags, they're doing this, they're doing that. Now there are some, crimes being committed by illegal immigrants. I mean, that's in every country.
Mm-hmm.
That's not just America. That doesn't happen in America. And Trump's policy, I mean, the wall. Are trapped at that wall, right with the bad people. So they're getting caught there, and they're pretty much being put in a situation where a not good one. And yeah, I mean, we should be putting our money into different infrastructure. Our tax dollars shouldn't be going to building the wall. It should be going to Israel. It should be going to different.
Gotcha. I appreciate it.
Just education.
I got you, bro. I appreciate it. I do want to point out
homelessness.
My bad, favor. I just want to go ahead and say one last thing. I do appreciate that our right wing guests would let Faded speak. Can y'all have the same respect for the women, please? Because whenever the women are trying to speak, y'all try to talk over them, y'all try to argue. Let the women speak and let their mind go. Let the women speak and let them get their point across. Because every time they try to, y'all interrupted them. Y'all let Faded go. Y'all let me go. Let the women go.
Decreasing. It's decreasing.
What's up? What power is decreasing? Please tell us.
The population. So I think
Jesus Christ.
Kids first.
Okay, we haven't heard from Sean for a while. Can Sean, did you want to go ahead and you said censorship from the leftists? What censorship is happening? Can you let us know?
Go ahead, Sean.
Well, more importantly, I do want to. First of all, I want to thank you guys. You guys are very good, fun. It's just nice to be able to chat and not feel like I'm just being attacked. I feel welcome here, and I just want to thank the panel and everybody.
Yeah, I want to thank the panel
because,
too.
I actually expected. You guys are really honest. If I'm going to be perfectly honest with
He
you
reminds
guys,
me of my good black friend.
I'm not necessarily
Why did I
here
say
because
black?
I'm
I don't know.
voting for Trump. I'm actually on here because I am not completely sure if I should vote for Trump. And to have you guys sit here and
why
be
not
willing to have me on, to have me be able to sit here and speak and voice my concerns. I may not vote for Trump. I may vote for Harris. Look. All we can do at the end of the day is look at as much truth as we can take in and make the best choice at the end of the day. I honestly, all I'm worried about is my freedom of speech and our Bill of Rights being taken. And I'm concerned about the potential of losing due process. And I just want to make sure that America stays free. And I think everybody here can agree that's what we all want. We all want a free America who cares about one another, and we're not focused on race or anything that's going to trigger anybody or upset anybody. I think generally speaking, Americans want to get along, and we want to be united. And anyway. I've spoken enough, guys. You guys go ahead and take the floor. I just want to continue to listen and learn. That's it.
All right.
So. Appreciate that, Sean. And all this hosts and all the other lives as well. I don't know about all the other lives, but majority of them just want a conversation. When they offer y'all to come up, is to express why you voting for that particular candidate, provide you with information or guide you to do more research. That's it. There's no need to be offensive, rude, disrespectful. We appreciate that you are taking the time to listen. And
absolutely.
And ask questions. If you got questions, ask questions. We're not offended by that. But that's all I had to say.
All good, all good. Now, I do have to go ahead and start running. You guys, I gotta get out of here. My fiance just left for work, so I gotta get the house clean and everything. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go ahead and do a live show. Everybody's gonna get a minute for our last words. MAGAverse, you are gonna be up first. Michelle, you're gonna be up second. I do apologize we didn't get to you, again, let you speak. But we're gonna go ahead and start the show. MAGAverse, you're gonna be first, and Faded, you're gonna be last. All right, let's go and start the show.
Okay.
Last words, y'all.
Okay, just to answer Sean's thing about censorship. Okay, what if like a Bond villain, like the richest guy in the world from a different country doing business in the United States, were to buy a media company to forward the agenda of one particular side? How do you feel about that in terms of the kind of censorship that ensues? Because that is exactly what we have going on with Elon Musk buying Twitter. Left voices are stifled. They're not promoted. He's promoting right voices only, and censoring left voices, and he's spreading a lot of misinformation and disinformation about Trump. So there you have it. It's happening right now. It's happening in real time, and it's happening on the right with Elon Musk with Twitter. So think about it.
That is true. That's something we gotta think about. Michelle, you're up next. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Well, Sean, when you mentioned, can you all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Sean, when you mentioned about your Bill of Rights being taken away, I don't know if you've done your research. Please do your research on P25 because it's real, it's happening, and I'm not going to tell you to do your research on that. You'll be surprised what you find out too. I'm not trying to tell you to vote blue, but I just want you to do your thorough research on your candidate, bro, because it's real. And all I got to say is I enjoy everybody on here. This was a good conversation, and I'm going to follow you, host, and I got to go. Y'all have a good night.
All right, you have a great one, Michelle. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, TTJ, you're gonna be up next.
Thank you again for bringing me up today, and for everybody that's on the panel, expressing their concerns, addressing. Michelle said, do your research on government websites if you want statistics, if you want information on your candidate, your party. The information is up there on websites if y'all really want to get more in depth on who votes for what. And a lot of things, you look into your state policies. Your state policies play a big picture in what's going on with you as an individual within your state. I think that's important to look at all the avenues before you blame a party or make informed decisions. It's important. We are voting for our rights as well. Censorship is important as well as my rights as a woman. So that's all I had to say.
Appreciate that, TTJ. All right, Andrew, you are up. Go ahead. Andrew, you can unmute yourself. Does Andrew hear me? Please unmute yourself, Andrew. You have about 30 seconds to talk.
You know, Alina. So what's up with the 750, man? When they're giving money out the yin yang to everybody else, and you know that's a fucking red state that they're hurting. That's a red state, isn't it?
Yeah, the governor of that red state should have taken that. Should have taken FEMA more.
And you don't care, do you? Because it's all about money for you. When did everything become about money? When? Now?
Thank you very much, Andrew. Wins, go ahead, please.
Okay, so Sean, you did mention censorship, and that's not coming from Kamala or Biden. Now, the thing that they were doing during C-19 was necessary because there's a lot of misinformation. We're trying to keep everybody safe. So that's one thing. Also with Trump, he wants to consolidate or bring more power from the FCC and the FTC, Federal Trade Commission, under his helm. So that's the news stations and media and the ones who actually do policy to make sure that we're not being jumbled up under one big corporation. He wants to control that himself. So that's going to be a major form of censorship in my eyes, seeing how Trump is always saying everything is fake news, which speaks the truth about him. Andrew, the 750 is always immediate emergency assistance. They're getting everything they need to get or trying to get through the Biden and Harris administration. And every governor has said that since this hurricane has come forward.
I do appreciate you, Wins. Sean, you are up next. Go ahead. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Sean. That's if Sean is still there. All right, he's not there. Vorian, go ahead, sir.
All right. I just want to say before we go to that voting ballot, please make sure you know the difference between a president and a vice president, because I feel like Kamala been taking a lot of shit for some reason. She's not the one in office. She's just the vice president. Just know the duty between the vice president, the difference between the vice president and the president. She can't really execute any orders. Like, she only has few orders that she can do herself. So please let's know the difference between that. Also, just wanted to say Joshua was going crazy on Haitian culture and things like that. And that's not cool because I come from African descent. My parents are immigrant. I was born here, but I respect Haitian culture tremendously. Salute, my friend. Like, when I see your flag, that's why I'm enjoying your live. Just keep doing your thing. Thank you so much for having me, man.
Not a problem, bro. I do appreciate that. And yeah, there's a lot of ignorance that goes on about Haitian culture because we retained a lot of, African cultures and mannerisms. And I don't know, I guess they're mad about it. All right, Faded, you are last on the list. Go ahead, brother.
Okay. I just wanted to, first and foremost, give a site for some of my information. You can find it on taxfoundation.org. Because they tend to be less biased than .govs. Anyways, when you talk about like immigrants, this country is a country built on immigration. I mean, nobody's ancestors are from here. So what about up here? I only have like 22 seconds. So I just wanted to put a little bug in everyone's ear about that. And also as well, we're still under Trump's tax plan. So his tax cuts is really the result. I'm sorry, the inflation is the result of his tax cuts. And you can find that in taxfoundation.org.
All right, everybody. I do appreciate you all being here. I do appreciate you all. Any of the gifts or anything or any of the follows that you gave to any of the guests. I appreciate that as well. And I hope you all followed me. I will follow you back as soon as I can. And I appreciate you all being here. I'm gonna try to be here tomorrow around 7:30 to 8 o'clock. If y'all can join me then, please join. If not, it's fine. I'm also here on Tuesday, okay? Y'all have a good night.
Before you go,
sure.
Can someone tell Andrew about the people who first came here surrounding the indigenous population? He said our country is not built on unalivers coming in. Can someone speak to that before Andrew leaves this box?
That would be a long history.
I don't think he's there. Okay, no matter what we say.
No, they were unalivers. They were colonizers, so they were unalivers.
Weren't they all empty? Didn't they empty the prisons to let them over here? And then
the people who built this country started this country on murder and rape.
Yeah,
so,
get rid of them. Faded, but you have to learn.
I can't say that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
With no return.
Yeah, it'll be a long history lesson that we don't have time to teach Andrew at this point.
We all know what colonization is. So if y'all want to talk about immigrants coming in and murdering and killing people, let's look at the founders of this country. Let's talk about Israel. Let's talk about Israel as well.
Faded, let's
they're either one-sided. I go to .orgs because .orgs use real information.
That's inherently
Whatever
incorrect.
you do, don't go
That's
to the
not
Trump.
incorrect.
Don't go to Trump's
Yeah, don't
archives
listen to
because
fake.
it's
Yeah,
full of lies.
wherever you get your information from is not gonna be a good one coming from Trump.
Is where you want to go.
All right, but I'm gonna holler at you guys. All right, I do appreciate you all being here. You guys are great. All right,
.govs are ran by CIA. So
gotcha.
enjoy that.
Kamala Walks 2024.
Wow.
Right.